What if Harry absorbed Voldemort's soul completely and inherited his power, memories, and Death Eater brides? Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Harry absorbed Voldemort's soul completely and inherited his power, memories, and Death Eater brides? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. The absorption. Harry's feet crunched through dead leaves, and he thought about how stupid it was that this would be his last sound. Not some heroic battle cry. Not Ginny's laugh or Ron's terrible jokes or Hermione saying, "Honestly, Harry." Just leaves. Dead ones. The resurrection stone turned in his fingers. 3 twists and they appeared, his parents, Sirius, Lupin. Transparent and shimmering and looking at him with so much love that he wanted to scream at them for leaving him to do this alone. "Does it hurt?" he asked, because he was 17 and about to die, and he figured he'd earned one selfish question. "Quicker than falling asleep," Sirius said. Liar. Harry knew he was lying, but it was a kind lie and he appreciated it. "Stay close to me," Harry whispered. "Until the end," James Potter promised. They walked together through the forest, and Harry felt weirdly calm about the whole thing. He'd been running from death his entire life. Running got exhausting. At some point, you just wanted to stop. The clearing opened up ahead, and Harry could see the firelight, hear the murmured voices of Death Eaters, catch Voldemort's high, cold tone giving some instruction to Dolohov. The stone slipped from his fingers. His parents and Sirius and Lupin faded away, and Harry was alone again. He stepped into the clearing. "Ah!" Voldemort turned, red eyes gleaming with something like triumph. "The boy who lived. Come to die." Harry didn't respond. What was there to say? Voldemort had won this round. Harry was here, wandless. He'd left his wand with Ron, told him to kill the snake if anything went wrong, and he wasn't going to fight back. That was the whole point. The Horcrux in his head had to be destroyed, and there was only one way to do that. He hoped Neville remembered about Nagini. No final words? Voldemort raised the Elder Wand. No begging? No bargaining? How disappointing, Harry. I expected more from you. Just get it over with. Something flickered across Voldemort's face. Confusion, maybe. He'd wanted fear, wanted Harry to grovel, wanted the satisfaction of complete victory. Harry refusing to give him that pleasure was probably the best revenge available. "As you wish." The wand leveled at Harry's chest. Avada Kedavra. The green light erupted from the Elder Wand, and Harry closed his eyes. And pain. Not the quick, painless death he'd been promised. Not falling asleep. This was fire and ice and every nerve in his body screaming at once. And Harry's eyes flew open as he realized something was going horribly, catastrophically wrong. The killing curse hadn't hit him clean. It had connected, yes, but instead of passing through, it was stuck. A beam of crackling green energy linking his chest to Voldemort's wand, and Voldemort looked just as shocked as Harry felt. "What?" Voldemort tried to break the connection, yanking the wand back, but the beam held. "What is this?" Harry couldn't answer. He couldn't speak. He couldn't think. Something was happening inside him. Something that felt like his soul was being ripped apart and stitched back together simultaneously. The Horcrux in his scar wasn't dying. It was pulling, reaching through that green beam like a hand through water, grabbing hold of something on the other side. Voldemort screamed. Actually screamed, high and terrible and afraid, and Harry had never heard that sound from him before. The Dark Lord collapsed to his knees, and Harry saw Death Eaters scrambling back, saw Bellatrix rushing forward only to be thrown back by some invisible force, saw Nagini thrashing in her magical cage. And then Harry felt it arrive. Not a piece, not a fragment, everything. Every Horcrux Voldemort had ever created, every sliver of soul he'd scattered across the world. They were being recalled, pulled through whatever connection the killing curse had created. Harry was vaguely aware of distant explosions of magic, of something shattering in Hogwarts Castle, of a diadem melting in the Room of Requirement. The cup in Bellatrix's vault. The locket they'd already destroyed. Even the ring Dumbledore had dealt with. every piece returning to its source and being funneled directly into Harry. Voldemort's memories hit him like a tidal wave. 10 years old, killing a rabbit with magic and feeling nothing but satisfaction. 16, charming a cave full of children to their doom. 25, creating his first Horcrux and laughing at how easy it was to become immortal. 40, torturing the Longbottoms by proxy and rewarding Bellatrix with something that made Harry's stomach turn. 50, 60, 70 years of cruelty and ambition and cold, calculated evil pouring into Harry's mind. He learned the Cruciatus Curse's true intent, not just pain, but the art of breaking someone's will. He learned how to craft dark artifacts that would make people love you against their nature. He learned secrets about magic that would make Hermione weep with horror and fascination. He learned what Voldemort had done to ensure loyalty, the bonds he'd forged, the chains he'd wrapped around women who'd served him, the marriage rituals, the binding contracts, the absolute ownership disguised as partnership. Harry felt those bonds snap into place inside his chest, 5 threads connecting him to 5 women scattered across Britain, and he wanted to vomit, but his body wasn't responding to his commands anymore. Voldemort's body was dissolving, actually dissolving, skin flaking away like ash, the stolen form collapsing in on itself as its soul was dragged out piece by piece. The Dark Lord reached toward Harry with one disintegrating hand, mouth open in a wordless scream, red eyes dimming to human brown and then to nothing. The last fragment crossed over. Harry felt Voldemort's complete soul settle into him, not merging, not blending, but coexisting in a way that shouldn't have been possible. 2 complete beings in one body, except one of them had been shattered and reassembled so many times it couldn't hold itself together anymore. Voldemort's consciousness fragmented the moment it entered Harry, breaking apart like glass hitting stone, scattering through Harry's mind in pieces too small to maintain coherent thought. The green beam died, the connection severed. Harry stood alone in the clearing, surrounded by terrified Death Eaters and a pile of ash that used to be the most feared wizard in a century. "My lord!" Bellatrix's voice was barely a whisper. She was staring at the ash, at Harry, back at the ash. "My lord, what?" Harry turned to look at her, and whatever she saw in his eyes made her take a step back. He felt her through the bond, felt her confusion and horror and something like grief, felt the magical connection that marked her as his whether either of them wanted it. "Run," Harry said, and his voice came out strange, layered, like 2 people speaking at once. "All of you, run now." They ran. Harry watched them disappear into the forest, and then his legs gave out, and the world went dark. Hermione found him 3 hours later. She'd felt something. Later she'd describe it as a magical shockwave that passed through the entire castle, making everyone stagger and several students faint outright. The wards around Hogwarts flickered. The fiend fire in the room of requirement died without cause. And somehow, impossibly, she knew that something had happened to Harry. Ron wanted to come with her, but his leg was broken from earlier, so she went alone, running through the forbidden forest with her wand lighting the way and her heart pounding so hard she could hear it in her ears. She found the clearing. She found the ash. She found Harry lying face down in the dirt, not breathing. "No!" Hermione dropped to her knees beside him, rolled him over, checked his pulse. "Nothing." "No, no, no, you idiot, you absolute idiot, you weren't supposed to actually." She started CPR. Muggle technique, ridiculous in the wizarding world. But she didn't know what else to do. The killing curse didn't leave survivors you could resuscitate. There was no counterspell, no healing charm, no. Harry gasped. His whole body arched off the ground like he'd been electrocuted, and Hermione scrambled backward as his eyes flew open. They were wrong. Still green, but there was something behind them, something ancient and cold that looked at her without recognition. "Harry?" she whispered. The coldness faded. Harry blinked, and then he was himself again, confused and disoriented and alive. "Hermione!" He sat up slowly, pressing a hand to his chest. What happened? Where's Voldemort?" She pointed at the pile of ash. Harry stared at it for a long moment. Then he started laughing. A broken, slightly hysterical sound that made Hermione's skin crawl. "Harry, what happened? The Horcrux. Did it? It's gone." Harry's laughter died as quickly as it had started. He looked at his hands like he'd never seen them before. "It's all gone." "No, that's not right. It's all here. Everything. I." He trailed off, frowning, and Hermione watched something pass across his face. A twitch near his left eye. A slight curl to his lip that wasn't Harry's expression at all. "We need to get you to Madame Pomfrey," she said firmly. "Can you walk?" "I don't know." Harry tried to stand and nearly fell. Hermione caught him, slung his arm over her shoulders. He was heavier than she remembered, or maybe she was just exhausted. "Hermione, something's wrong. Something's really wrong. I can feel—" He stopped talking. "Feel what?" "Them." Harry's voice dropped to barely audible. "I can feel them. The bonds. There were women. He bound them to him, and now they're—" Hermione didn't understand what he was saying. She filed it away for later, focused on the immediate problem of getting Harry back to the castle. One step at a time. That's how you dealt with impossible situations, one step at a time. They made it out of the forest as dawn was breaking. The battle was over, she told Harry as they walked. Neville had killed Nagini, though apparently the snake had already been acting strangely, thrashing and weakening even before he got close. The Death Eaters had fled when their dark marks burned and then went cold. Hogwarts was damaged but standing. The casualties were— She didn't want to talk about the casualties yet. Fred was dead. Tonks was dead. Lupin was dead. But Voldemort was gone, and Harry was alive, and that was supposed to be a victory. So why did Hermione feel like something terrible had just begun? They put Harry in the hospital wing, in a private room at the back that Madame Pomfrey usually reserved for the most serious cases. He slept for 3 days. During those 3 days, chaos erupted. The Ministry sent Aurors to take witness statements. The Daily Prophet ran 17 different headlines about the Battle of Hogwarts, each more sensational than the last. Families arrived to collect their dead, and the Great Hall became a place of mourning. Kingsley Shacklebolt was named Temporary Minister for Magic, and one of his first acts was to send a team to examine the pile of ash in the Forbidden Forest. The tests came back inconclusive. The ash was definitely magical, definitely human, probably Voldemort, but something was wrong with it. Fragments of soul residue that should have been there weren't. The magical signature was incomplete. Meanwhile, in a Ministry holding cell, Bellatrix Lestrange stopped eating. Not voluntarily. She tried to eat. She was starving, and they'd given her decent food as a precursor to interrogation. But every time she lifted the fork to her mouth, her hand wouldn't obey. Some instinct, some compulsion, was telling her that she couldn't nourish herself while her master was unconscious and uncared for. She fought it for 2 days, screamed and raged and threw the food against the walls. But by the 3rd day, she was too weak to fight anymore, and she lay on her cot and stared at the ceiling and wondered what the hell had happened in that clearing. Because she'd felt it. When the curse hit Potter, when her lord began to dissolve, she'd felt something inside her chest shift and click into place. The bond she'd carried for decades, the mark of ownership Voldemort had placed on her after Azkaban, the thing she'd been so proud of hadn't broken. It had transferred to Harry Potter. She was bound to Harry Bloody Potter, and she was going to starve to death because he was unconscious and her traitorous magic had decided he needed protecting more than she needed feeding. The door to her cell opened. Bellatrix didn't look up. She didn't have the energy. But she heard the footsteps, heard the sharp intake of breath from the Auror escort, heard a voice she recognized ask, "Leave us. Mr. Potter, the prisoner is dangerous." I said leave us. Something in that voice made the Auror obey. The door closed, and then Harry Potter was standing over her cot, looking down at her with green eyes that held something she'd only ever seen in one other person. "You're dying," he said. "Observant." Her voice came out as a croak. "Come to gloat. I came to understand." He crouched down next to the cot, and Bellatrix flinched despite herself. "I can feel you through the bond. I felt you for 3 days. The hunger, the weakness. I didn't know what it was at first. I thought I was dying, that something was draining me. Then I realized it wasn't me at all. Poor Potter. Inconvenienced by your new property. His jaw tightened. You're not my property. The bond says otherwise. She managed a laugh that turned into a cough. He told me, after he put it on me. Said it was an honor being chosen. Said the marriage ritual meant I was his forever. That I'd never be alone again. I believed him. I was so grateful. Marriage ritual? Harry's voice went flat. He married you? In the old way. Blood and magic and binding oaths. Not legal, the Dark Lord didn't care about legal. But real. Unbreakable. She finally looked at him, and took vicious satisfaction in the horror on his face. You absorbed him, didn't you? All of him. I felt it happen. Felt the bond shift from him to you. Congratulations, Potter. You've inherited a wife. Harry stood up so fast he nearly tripped. No. Yes. That's no. There has to be a way to break it. If there was, don't you think I'd have found it by now? Bellatrix pushed herself up onto her elbows, ignoring the way the room spun. 20 years I've been bound to him. 20 years of following his commands, feeling his moods, knowing when he was pleased or angry or bored with me. The bond doesn't break. The bond doesn't bend. The only way out is death, his or mine. But he is dead. Is he? She tilted her head, studying him. Because I can still feel the bond, Potter. Which means whoever's on the other end of it is still alive. And right now, that's you. Harry stared at her for a long moment. Then he pulled out his wand, conjured a plate of food, and shoved it into her hands. Eat. The compulsion that had been blocking her for 3 days vanished. Her hands obeyed instantly, shoving bread into her mouth so fast she nearly choked. She hated that she was grateful. She hated that her magic sang with relief at being allowed to care for herself again. She hated Harry Potter more than she'd ever hated anyone, including the man who'd put this collar around her soul. But she ate, and he watched, and neither of them said anything else for a long time. Harry left the ministry building feeling like he'd been hit by a truck. The memories were the worst part. Not just knowing that Voldemort had bound Bellatrix. He could feel the moment it happened, could remember performing the ritual himself, could recall the cold satisfaction of adding another weapon to his arsenal. The memory was his now, as real and vivid as anything from his actual life. He remembered being Voldemort, not in the abstract way he'd occasionally seen through their connection during the war. Fully, completely. He remembered being 11 years old in an orphanage, setting a boy's bed on fire for stealing his possessions. He remembered being 16 and feeling nothing as the first piece of his soul tore away. He remembered being 20 and thinking he was a god. 30, 40, 50 years of memories that weren't his but felt like they were. And the knowledge. Merlin, the knowledge. Walking back through the ministry atrium, Harry noticed every ward, every protection, every defensive measure. He knew how to bypass them. He knew how to turn them against their creators. He could feel the magic humming in the walls, and part of him, the new part, the part that thought like Voldemort had, was cataloging weaknesses. Harry! He turned. Hermione was rushing toward him, Ron limping along behind her with a cane he clearly hated using. We heard you'd woken up. Hermione threw her arms around him, and Harry stiffened. Physical contact felt wrong now. Too warm, too close, too much. He made himself relax, made himself return the hug, and hated that he had to think about it. Pomfrey said you just left without telling anyone. We've been looking everywhere. I had something to do. Ron reached them, eyeing Harry with an expression that was trying to be welcoming, but couldn't quite hide the uncertainty underneath. You all right, mate? You look. I look what? Different. Ron shrugged. Can't put my finger on it. Just different. Harry knew exactly what Ron was seeing. The way he stood straighter now, shoulders back, chin up. The way his eyes tracked movement in his peripheral vision without conscious thought. The way he held his wand differently, not like a tool but like an extension of his arm. Voldemort's body language, learned over decades, now layered onto Harry's own. A lot happened in the forest, Harry said. We should talk about it. Somewhere private. They found an empty classroom in the castle. Hermione sealed the door with 6 different privacy charms, and Harry added 3 more that made her stare at him. Where did you learn those? I didn't learn them. I remember them. Harry sat on a desk, facing his 2 best friends, and tried to figure out how to explain. When the killing curse hit me, something went wrong. The Horcrux in my head. It didn't just die. Pulled. Drew in every other piece of Voldemort's soul, from every Horcrux, from Voldemort himself. I absorbed all of it. Silence. All of it. Hermione repeated slowly. His memories, his knowledge, his power. Harry held up his hand, and green flames danced across his fingers. Fiendfire, controlled and contained in a way that should have been impossible. His entire existence is inside me now. 70 years of being Tom Riddle. I can remember things he did when he was a child. Things he did when I wasn't even born yet. Ron's face had gone pale. But he's dead, right? Voldemort's dead. His body's dead. His consciousness is fragmented, shattered into pieces too small to think or act. But his soul is intact, and it's inside me. Harry let the flames die. I'm not turning into him. His memories don't make me want to do what he did. But I have them. I have everything, including some things I really wish I didn't. What things? Hermione asked. Harry told them about the bonds, the marriage rituals, the 5 women Voldemort had chained to himself over the decades. Some as rewards, some as punishments, some as tools. He told them about Bellatrix starving because she couldn't eat while her master lay unconscious. He told them about the other names he could feel through the connections, other women who were probably experiencing similar effects. By the time he finished, Hermione looked sick and Ron looked murderous. That's magical slavery, Hermione whispered. That's worse than Imperius. I know. We have to break them. There has to be a way. Bellatrix says there isn't. The bonds are designed to be permanent. The only way out is death. Then we research. Hermione was already standing, already planning. The Hogwarts library, the Ministry archives, the Black family books, there has to be something. These kinds of bonds didn't come from nowhere. Someone created them, which means someone understands them. Hermione. Harry caught her arm, gentle but firm. There's something else. She stopped, waited. The bonds aren't just chains. They're connections. I can feel what the women feel. Vaguely, but it's there. And right now, I can feel one of them who isn't tied to any Death Eater emotion at all. She's terrified. She's alone. And she's very, very young. Who? Daphne Greengrass. Ron made a noise of surprise. Greengrass? The Slytherin? She's not a Death Eater. No, she isn't. But her father is or was. And apparently he gave his daughter to Voldemort as payment for something. A business arrangement. Harry's voice was flat, but inside he was screaming. He had Voldemort's memory of that transaction. The handshake, the signed contract, the way Cyrus Greengrass had handed over his 17-year-old daughter like she was livestock. Voldemort hadn't even wanted her. Had accepted the gift purely because refusing would show weakness. Had performed the binding ritual with complete indifference and then immediately forgotten she existed. Harry couldn't forget. The bond pulsed in his chest, and through it he could feel Daphne's fear like it was his own. She's in a safe house somewhere. I don't know where. The bond doesn't work like GPS. But she doesn't know what happened, doesn't know Voldemort's dead, doesn't know the bond transferred. She's just waiting, terrified. And I need to find her. Then we find her. Ron straightened up, some of the color returning to his face. Having a problem to solve was easier than processing what Harry had become. I'll talk to Dad. He's got contacts in magical law enforcement. Hermione can. No. Harry shook his head. I'm not involving the Ministry in this. You saw how they treated Bellatrix. They'll see the bond and assume Daphne's a criminal. She's not. She's a victim. Then what do you want to do? Harry closed his eyes, reaching inside himself for the foreign knowledge that now lived there. Voldemort had never cared about Daphne, but he'd kept records of all his properties, all his safe houses, all his contingency plans. The information was there, buried under layers of more immediately useful memory. But Harry could find it if he looked. There. Riddle had a property in Wales. Remote. Unplottable. That's where he sent the gifts he didn't want to deal with. Harry opened his eyes. I'm going there. Tonight. Alone. Harry, Hermione started. This isn't up for debate. He met her eyes, and something in his gaze made her fall silent. I'm the only one who can find it. I'm the only one who can get through the wards. And I'm the only one Daphne's bond will respond to. If you come with me, you'll trigger protections that could kill us all. It was mostly true. The wards would be keyed to Voldemort's magical signature, which Harry now carried. Bringing others would complicate things. But the real reason he wanted to go alone was simpler. He didn't trust himself yet. The power inside him was vast and seductive. The knowledge whispered constantly, offering solutions to problems that would have seemed impossible yesterday. He could feel himself changing moment by moment, becoming something that was still Harry but also something more. Something darker. If that darkness emerged while he was trying to save an innocent girl, he didn't want his friends anywhere near him. Fine, Hermione said quietly. But you take this. She pressed a coin into his hand, the old Dumbledore's army galleon, still enchanted after all these years. If you need help, if anything goes wrong, you activate this and we come running. I don't care about wards or protections or whatever else. You call, we answer. Harry looked at the coin for a long moment. Okay, he said finally. Okay. The safe house was exactly where Voldemort's memories said it would be. A crumbling manor house on a Welsh hillside, hidden from Muggle and magical eyes alike by wards older than Hogwarts. Harry felt the wards recognize him as he approached. Not welcome, exactly, the wards were too primitive for anything like that, but acknowledgement. The magic parted to let him through, and he walked up the overgrown path to the front door with his heart pounding in his chest. The bond led him upstairs, down a hallway lined with closed doors, to a room at the very end. He could feel Daphne on the other side, her fear so strong now that it made his hands shake. He knocked. Go away. A voice, young and terrified, muffled by the door. I already told you. I'm not hungry. I'm not here about food. Harry hesitated. What was he supposed to say? Hi. I absorbed your evil master and now, I'm technically your magical husband? My name is Harry Potter. I need to talk to you about what happened to Voldemort. Silence. Then, slowly, the door opened. Daphne Greengrass looked nothing like Harry had expected. He'd pictured a Slytherin ice queen, cold, composed, maybe cruel like Pansy Parkinson. Instead he saw a girl with red-rimmed eyes and tangled blonde hair, wearing rumpled robes that looked like she'd been sleeping in them for days. She looked fragile in a way that made something protective flare up in Harry's chest. Potter. She stared at him like he was a ghost. You're supposed to be dead. You walked into the forest. They said you surrendered. I did. It didn't take. Harry gestured at the room behind her. Can I come in? She stepped aside automatically, and Harry realized with a sick jolt that she'd obeyed because the bond compelled her to. Her face twisted with the same disgust he felt. You're him, she whispered. I can feel it. The bond, it's pointing to you now. How is that possible? How are you? It's a long story. Harry looked around the room. Small, sparse, but clean. A bed, a desk, a single window looking out over the Welsh mountains. The short version is that when Voldemort tried to kill me, something went wrong. I absorbed his entire soul, including all his magical contracts and bonds, including yours. Daphne's knees buckled. Harry caught her without thinking, guided her to sit on the bed, and then took a deliberate step back to give her space. No, she was saying. No, no, no. I was counting on. When he died, I thought the bond was supposed to break. I know. I'm sorry. Harry crouched down to meet her eyes. I didn't choose this. You didn't choose this. But it's what happened. And now we need to figure out what to do about it. What's there to figure out? Her voice cracked. You own me now, just like he did. Just like my father intended when he sold me. No one owns you. The bond. I don't care about the bond. Harry reached out, slow and careful, and took her hand. She flinched but didn't pull away. You're a person, not property. Whatever magic says, whatever contracts exist, I am not going to treat you like a possession. Ever. Do you understand? She stared at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. I'm going to find a way to break the bond, Harry continued. It might take time. It might be impossible, I don't know yet. But until then, you're free to go wherever you want, do whatever you want. I'll make sure you have money, protection, anything you need. The bond might cause problems. I honestly don't know how it works yet, but we'll figure it out together. Okay? Why? The word came out small and suspicious. Why would you do that? Because I can feel how afraid you are, and it makes me want to burn down everyone who hurt you, Harry thought. Because Voldemort's memories showed me exactly how disposable he considered you, and that makes me so angry I can barely think straight. Because it's right, he said instead. Because no one deserves to be trapped. And because I'm not him, Daphne. I will never be him. She didn't believe him. He could see it in her eyes, feel it through the bond. She'd been taught that promises were weapons, that kindness was manipulation, that no one did anything without expecting something in return. But she didn't argue either. Okay, she said quietly. Okay, what happens now? Now I take you somewhere safe. Then I deal with the others. Others. Harry's jaw tightened. You're not the only one he bound. Narcissa Malfoy was waiting for him when he returned to Hogwarts. She stood in the entrance hall like she belonged there, immaculate in black robes that probably cost more than everything Harry had ever owned. Her blonde hair was perfect. Her posture was flawless. And when she saw Harry walk through the doors, she didn't flinch. Mr. Potter. She inclined her head slightly, not quite a bow, but an acknowledgement of status that no Malfoy had ever given Harry before. I believe we have matters to discuss. Narcissa. Harry felt the bond between them, different from Daphne's. Older, more complex, layered with resentment and calculation and a strange, pragmatic acceptance. How did you get in? The wards recognize me as a member of the Black family. Hogwarts has always welcomed blacks. Her lips curved slightly. Also, I told the headmistress I was here to retrieve my son's belongings. She didn't argue. Where is Draco? Safe. Hidden. The Ministry is eager to make examples of Death Eaters, and despite his best efforts, my son bears the mark. Narcissa's composure flickered for just a moment. I assume you felt it. When the bond transferred, I felt all of them. Then you know what I am. What I was to him. She stepped closer. Close enough that Harry could see the tiny lines around her eyes that her perfect presentation almost hid. I was not like Bellatrix. I didn't choose him. Lucius offered me as a guarantee of loyalty after his failures, and the Dark Lord accepted because refusing would have seemed weak. But I served. I obeyed. I did things I am not proud of, to protect my family. I know. Do you? Her eyes searched his face. Do you know that I'm the one who told him you were dead in the forest? That I checked your body and saw you breathing and lied to his face? Harry remembered. The cold fingers on his throat, the whispered question, is Draco alive? The rush of relief when he'd managed to whisper yes. Narcissa had saved his life, and now she stood before him, bound to him by the same magic that had once chained her to Voldemort. Why? He asked. Because my son mattered more than his cause. Because I was tired of being afraid. Because... She paused, something shifting in her expression. Because even then, I hoped he would lose. I hoped you would win. And I was willing to do whatever it took to be on the right side when the dust settled. Harry studied her for a long moment. The bond told him things her face didn't. The exhaustion beneath the composure. The fear beneath the calculation. The tiny spark of hope that maybe this new master would be better than the old one. I'm not going to be your master, he said. The bond doesn't care what you want to be. Then we change what the bond does. Harry crossed his arms. You're here to negotiate. Fine. Let's negotiate. What do you want? Narcissa blinked. Whatever she'd expected, it wasn't this. Protection for Draco, she said after a moment. Immunity from prosecution for both of us. Our family name rehabilitated. Done. The word came easily. Harry had already planned to argue for leniency toward Death Eaters who'd been coerced. Draco was a special case. Harry had seen through Voldemort's memories exactly how terrified the boy had been. What else? Narcissa seemed thrown off balance. That's all. You saved my life. Your husband is dead. Harry felt her flinch through the bond, felt the complicated tangle of grief and relief that Lucius's death had caused. Your son needs protection. You need a chance to rebuild. I'm not going to make you beg for basic decency. But the bond. The bond is a problem I'm working on. Until I solve it, I'm not going to use it to control you. You're free to leave right now if you want. Narcissa stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, deliberately, she sank to her knees. What are you? The proper response to a lord who shows mercy is acknowledgement. Her voice was formal, ritual, but her eyes were anything but cold. I acknowledge you as the holder of my bond. I accept your terms. And I offer my service freely, not because the magic compels me, but because I choose it. Stand up. Not until you accept. Harry's jaw tightened. This wasn't what he wanted. People kneeling to him, swearing loyalty like he was some kind of king. But he could feel through the bond that this mattered to Narcissa, that it was her way of taking back control of a situation she'd never chosen. I accept your service, he said quietly. Now please get up. She rose gracefully, and some of the tension in her shoulders eased. Thank you for not being him. I'm trying. I know. She reached out and touched his arm, brief, careful, the first voluntary physical contact she'd initiated. The others won't be as easy. Bellatrix will fight you until you force her to submit. Electo Caro is a true believer who will never accept a half-blood master. And Sinistra, the astronomy professor? Harry's stomach dropped. Aurora Sinistra is one of them. She was the Dark Lord's spy inside Hogwarts for decades. Her bond was willing. She believed in his cause completely. When she learns what happened, she will either try to kill you or try to seduce you, depending on which she thinks will better serve her ideology. Great. Just great. What about the fifth? Greengrass. I know about her. A victim, like I was. Narcissa's voice softened slightly. Is she safe? I took her to a friend's house. She's recovering. Good. Narcissa stepped back, composing herself once more into the perfect pure-blood lady. I should go. The ministry is watching me closely, and I've been away too long. But when you need me, you know how to reach me. She touched her chest, right over her heart. The bond pulsed between them. I'll find a way to fix this, Harry said. I promise. I know you'll try. Narcissa smiled slightly. A real smile, tired and sad and somehow hopeful. That's more than I ever expected from the other end of this chain. She walked away, and Harry stood alone in the entrance hall, feeling the weight of 5 bonds pressing against his chest. This was his life now. Master of women he'd never asked for. Keeper of knowledge he'd never wanted. Vessel for a soul he'd spent 7 years trying to destroy. Everything he'd fought for. Everything he'd sacrificed. And this was his reward. Somewhere in the back of his mind, something stirred. A fragment. A whisper. Not so different from me after all. Are you? Harry slammed a mental wall against the voice, burying it under layers of occlumency shields he hadn't known he possessed until 3 days ago. Not today, he thought grimly. Not ever. But the whisper had made its point. The battle wasn't over. It had just moved inside his head. And Harry wasn't sure he knew how to win a war against himself. The first week after the Battle of Hogwarts was chaos. Harry gave statements to the ministry, attended funerals, accepted thanks from people who didn't know what had really happened in the forest. He stood at Fred's grave and tried not to think about how he could feel Bellatrix's satisfaction through the bond. She'd always hated the Weasleys. He held Teddy Lupin for the first time and tried not to remember Voldemort ordering the attack that killed the baby's parents. The memories were constant, intrusive. He'd be doing something perfectly normal, eating breakfast, walking to class, talking to Ginny, and suddenly he'd remember torture sessions from 40 years ago, dark rituals performed in stone chambers, the feeling of a wand carving curses into living flesh. Voldemort hadn't just been evil. He'd been intimately, creatively, enthusiastically evil. And Harry now had a front-row seat to every atrocity he'd ever committed. The nights were worst. Harry stopped sleeping. He couldn't face the dreams. Memories of murders, memories of Horcrux creation, memories of what Voldemort had done with his brides in private moments. He developed a rotation of stimulant potions that kept him awake, justified it by telling himself he had too much to do anyway. Hermione noticed because Hermione always noticed. "You look terrible," she said bluntly, finding him in the library at 3 a.m., surrounded by books on soul magic. "When's the last time you slept?" "Tuesday." "Harry, it's Sunday." "I know." He didn't look up from his book. "Did you know there's no recorded case of someone absorbing another person's complete soul? Plenty of partial transfers, Horcrux contamination, possession, but nothing like what happened to me. I'm apparently unprecedented. That's not an excuse to kill yourself through sleep deprivation. I'm not trying to kill myself. I'm trying to fix this." He gestured at the stack of books. "Somewhere in here is an answer. A way to break the bonds, purge the soul fragments, get back to being just Harry. I just have to find it." Hermione pulled up a chair and sat across from him. "You're avoiding the question." "What question?" "Why you're really not sleeping." Harry's hand tightened on his quill. "You don't want to know. Try me." He looked up at her then, and whatever she saw in his eyes made her breath catch. "Every time I close my eyes, I watch people die. Not my memories, his. I feel what he felt when he killed them. The pleasure, the satisfaction. And I remember thinking, he remembers thinking, that they deserved it. That everyone deserves it, eventually, because people are weak and pathetic and the strong have the right to do whatever they want." Hermione was quiet for a long moment. "That's his thoughts, not yours." "Are they?" Harry's voice cracked. "Because they're in my head, Hermione. They're using my brain to think them. Every day I wake up and I have to fight not to see people the way he saw them, as tools, as obstacles, as prey. I have to consciously remind myself that human life has value, because there's a voice in my head that's constantly arguing the opposite. The voice isn't you. The voice is made of the same stuff I am. Soul matter, magic. Whatever makes a person, we're built from the same material now." Harry pushed the book away. "What if I'm losing? What if, slowly, bit by bit, I'm becoming him?" "You're not." "How do you know?" "Because you're sitting here at 3 a.m. trying to fix it." Hermione reached across the table and took his hand. "Voldemort never tried to be better. Never wanted to be better. He thought he was perfect exactly as he was. The fact that you're fighting, that you're afraid of what you might become, that proves you're still you." Harry wanted to believe her. Merlin, he wanted to believe her so badly. "There's something else," he said quietly. "Something I haven't told anyone." Hermione waited. "The soul fragments inside me, most of them are broken, shattered, just raw material floating around without consciousness. But there's one piece that isn't." Her hand tightened on his. "I call it the remnant. Talks to me, whispers, offers advice, suggestions, power. It's not Voldemort, not completely, but it's something like him. Something that wants to be him again." Harry met her eyes. "It wants me to fail, Hermione. It wants me to give in, to embrace the power, to become what he was. And every day, it gets a little stronger." "How do you know?" "Because every day, its suggestions get a little more tempting." The silence stretched between them, heavy with implications neither wanted to examine too closely. "We'll fix this," Hermione said finally. "We'll find a way. But Harry, you have to let us help. You can't fight this alone. I don't want to put you in danger." "Too late. We've been in danger since first year. At least this time we know what we're fighting." Harry looked at his best friend, brilliant, stubborn, loyal to a fault, and felt something in his chest loosen slightly. The remnant whispered that she was manipulating him, that her friendship was a chain meant to control him, that true strength meant standing alone. He told the remnant to shut up. "Okay," he said. Okay, help me research. But I need you to promise me something first. Anything. If I start becoming him, if the remnant wins, you have to stop me. Whatever it takes. Hermione's face went pale. Harry, promise me. She swallowed hard. I promise. Thank you. Harry pulled the book back toward him. Now, there's a reference in here to something called a soul anchor ritual that might be relevant. Help me find the original source. They worked until dawn, and for the first time in a week, Harry didn't feel quite so alone. 10 days after the battle, Harry received a summons from the ministry. Not a request, a summons. Official parchment with official seals, demanding his presence before the Wisengamot to discuss the events of May 2nd and their implications for magical security. Kingsley sent a private warning an hour later. They're scared. What you did, absorbing Voldemort, it's unprecedented and they don't understand it. Some of them think you're a hero. Others think you're a threat. Be careful. Harry read both messages twice, then burned them. The Wisengamot chamber was packed when he arrived. Not just members. Spectators filled every available seat. Journalists crowded the press gallery, and Harry spotted at least 20 people he recognized as Order members scattered through the crowd. They were here for support. He also spotted Narcissa, seated in the Malfoy family's ancestral box, her face perfectly composed. She met his eyes briefly, and through the bond he felt her send a pulse of something like encouragement. Mr. Potter. Chief Warlock Tiberius Ogden looked down from the high seat with an expression of careful neutrality. Thank you for responding to our summons. Please, take the chair. Harry sat in the interrogation chair at the center of the chamber. It was the same chair he'd sat in 2 years ago, when they tried to expel him for underage magic. The irony wasn't lost on him. Mr. Potter, you are not on trial, Ogden continued. This is merely an inquiry. We wish to understand the events that occurred during the Battle of Hogwarts, specifically the manner of Voldemort's defeat. I've already given statements to the Auror Department. Yes, and those statements were incomplete. Ogden shuffled through some papers. You stated that Voldemort's killing curse backfired and resulted in his death. You made no mention of absorbing his soul. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. So that was public knowledge now. Harry wondered who had talked. The Aurors didn't ask about souls. They asked about the battle. Then allow me to ask directly. Ogden leaned forward. Mr. Potter, is it true that you have absorbed the complete soul of the wizard known as Voldemort? Harry considered lying. It would be so easy. Deny everything, claim the rumors were exaggerated, go back to his life. The remnant whispered that this was the smart play, that showing weakness to predators only invited attack. But he was so tired of lies. Yes, the chamber erupted. Shouts of shock, fear, anger. Ogden had to bang his gavel for almost a minute to restore order. Order! Order! He glared at the crowd until they quieted. Mr. Potter, please explain. How is such a thing possible? I don't know. The curse hit me and something went wrong. Instead of dying, I pulled in Voldemort's soul. All of it, including the fragments he'd hidden in Horcruxes. By the time the process finished, his body had dissolved and his consciousness had shattered. His consciousness shattered, but his soul remains. In pieces, non-functional pieces. Like, Harry searched for an analogy. Like a library that got hit by a bomb. The books are still there, but they're scattered, burned, unreadable. The soul exists, but the person it used to be doesn't. And his memories? Harry hesitated. This was where it got dangerous. I have access to them. More uproar. This time, Ogden let it run for a few seconds before calling order. You have access to Voldemort's memories. Does this include his knowledge of dark magic? Yes. His knowledge of weapons, defenses, weaknesses that could be exploited? Yes. His knowledge of hidden Death Eaters, secret caches, plans that have not yet been revealed? Yes. Ogden sat back, his face troubled. Harry could see the calculation happening. This boy was either the greatest intelligence asset in British magical history or the greatest threat they'd ever faced. The question was which. A voice cut through the murmurs. I move for immediate containment. Harry turned. Dolores Umbridge, still somehow employed by the ministry despite everything, had risen from her seat in the visitors' gallery. Her toad face was arranged in an expression of concern that didn't reach her eyes. The boy has admitted to harboring the soul of the most dangerous dark wizard in centuries. We cannot simply take his word that the consciousness is shattered. For all we know, Voldemort is controlling him at this very moment. I move that he be remanded to ministry custody until proper tests can be. Sit down, Umbridge. The voice came from the front row, and Harry felt a flash of surprise as Amelia Bones rose to her feet. He thought she was dead. Voldemort's memory said she was dead. But here she was, scarred and thin but very much alive. The boy just saved our world. We're not going to throw him in a cell because you're paranoid. Paranoid? He admitted. He admitted to surviving. Forgive me if I don't see that as a crime. Bones turned to address the chamber. I was held in a Death Eater prison for nearly a year. I know better than anyone what Voldemort was capable of. And I'm telling you that if he were in control of Harry Potter, we would already be dead. The fact that we're standing here having this conversation is proof enough that whatever happened in that forest, Harry won. With respect, Madam Bones, you cannot know. I know. Bones's voice cracked through the chamber like a whip. I know because Voldemort didn't have conversations, didn't explain himself, didn't sit in chairs and answer questions. If he had Potter's body, he'd have burned this building to the ground already just to prove he could. Silence. Harry stared at Bones with something like wonder. She was right, of course. The Remnant was already cataloging the defensive weaknesses of the chamber, calculating how long it would take to bring the ceiling down, estimating casualties. That was Voldemort's instinct, not Harry's. I call for a vote, Ogden said heavily. All in favor of Madame Umbridge's motion for containment? A scattered handful of hands rose. Maybe 20 out of more than 200. All opposed. The rest of the chamber. Motion fails. Ogden looked relieved. Mr. Potter, you are free to go. But I would strongly suggest you make yourself available for ongoing consultations with ministry experts regarding the information you now possess. It would go a long way toward building trust. I'll cooperate fully, Harry said, rising from the chair. With one condition. What condition? Dolores Umbridge is removed from her position immediately and tried for crimes against students during her time at Hogwarts. The chamber went silent again. That is outside the scope of this inquiry, Ogden said carefully. Then consider it a demonstration of good faith. Harry met the Chief Warlock's eyes. I have Voldemort's memories. I know who did what during the war. I know who collaborated, who informed, who turned a blind eye. I could spend the next year exposing every skeleton in every closet in this building. Or I could focus on helping rebuild. The choice is yours. But I'm not going to cooperate with a government that still employs a woman who tortured children. Umbridge's face had gone white. This is blackmail. This is negotiation. Harry smiled, and it was not a nice smile. I learned it from the memories in my head. Be grateful I'm not implementing any of the other techniques I learned. The vote to dismiss Umbridge took less than 3 minutes. Harry walked out of the chamber feeling like he'd won something, but not sure what it had cost. The Remnant was pleased. That was never a good sign. 3 weeks after the battle, Harry finally confronted Bellatrix properly. She'd been moved from the regular holding cells to a specialized containment facility after attempting to strangle a guard with her bare hands. The fact that the guard had been taunting her about her dead master didn't excuse the attack, but Harry understood it in a way he wished he didn't. The facility was underground, warded to the teeth, and staffed by people who'd been screened for any connection to the Death Eaters. Harry passed through 7 checkpoints before reaching Bellatrix's cell. She was thinner than she'd been in the forest. Not starving anymore. He'd been careful to stay conscious and fed so the bond wouldn't cause her problems, but diminished somehow. The wild energy that had always defined her seemed dampened, turned inward. Come to gloat? She asked without turning around. Come to talk. We talked before. I told you everything. The bond, the marriage, the whole sordid history. She finally looked at him, and her eyes were hollow. What more is there to say? Harry sat on the floor outside her cell, back against the opposite wall. Put them at eye level. It also put him in a vulnerable position, sitting, relaxed, not holding his wand. He saw her notice. I want to understand, he said. Not the bond, I understand that now. I mean you. I want to understand how Bellatrix Black became this. A monster, you mean? A person who believes what you believe, did what you did. I have Voldemort's memories of you, but those are from the outside. I want to know what it looked like from the inside. She stared at him for a long moment. He felt her through the bond. Suspicion, curiosity, something that might have been hope quickly crushed. Why do you care? Because I'm trying to figure out if there's anything worth saving. The silence stretched between them. Harry let it. I was 17 when I met him, Bellatrix said finally. Young, stupid, certain that the world was unfair and someone needed to fix it. My parents filled my head with pure-blood ideology from birth. We were special, we were chosen, we deserved to rule. And then I met this man who actually had the power to make it happen. Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord. Her voice held an edge of correction, but softer than it used to be. He was beautiful then, charming. He said all the right things, made all the right promises. I thought I was in love. Maybe I was. I don't know anymore. Harry remembered. Through Voldemort's eyes, he'd watched a young Bellatrix Black throw herself at his feet, eager and desperate and so easy to manipulate. The memory came with a feeling of contempt, of satisfaction at acquiring another useful tool. He never loved you back, Harry said quietly. I know that's not news, but I need you to hear it from someone who was there. In his head, he thought of you as a weapon, a very effective weapon, one he enjoyed using, but never as a person. Bellatrix's face didn't change. I know. Then why did I stay? Why did I fight for him? Why did I go to Azkaban rather than betray him? She laughed, and it was a terrible sound. Because by then I had nothing else. My family was dead or imprisoned. My friends were all Death Eaters. My skills were all violence and dark magic. What was I supposed to do? Walk away and become a shopkeeper? You could have tried. Could I? She pressed her hands against the bars of her cell. Tell me, Potter. You have his memories. You know what he did to people who tried to leave. What he threatened. What he delivered. Do you really think I could have walked away? Harry thought about it. Really thought, pulling on Voldemort's memories of escaped Death Eaters. The man who tried to flee to America and been tracked down, tortured for a week, and left alive as a warning. A living corpse that used to be a wizard. The woman who'd turned informant and whose entire family had been murdered, one by one, while she watched. No, he admitted. Once you were in, there was no way out. No way except death. Bellatrix's voice dropped. When you killed him, when I felt the bond shift, I thought it was over. I thought I was finally free. And then it wasn't him anymore. It was you, and I realized I just traded one master for another. I'm not your master. You control whether I eat, whether I sleep, whether I can defend myself. The bond interprets your unconscious wishes and enforces them whether you intend it or not. She met his eyes. How is that not mastery? Harry didn't have an answer. I'm trying to break it, he said finally. The bond. There has to be a way. There isn't. There has to be. Bellatrix tilted her head, studying him with something like curiosity. You really believe that, don't you? Golden Boy Potter. Convinced that every problem has a solution if you just try hard enough. It's not about trying hard. It's about refusing to accept that people should be enslaved. People are enslaved. Every day all over the world. House elves bound to families forever. Goblins treated as second-class citizens. Werewolves registered like animals. The magical world runs on hierarchies of control, Potter. The bonds are just more honest about it than most. That doesn't make it right. Right has nothing to do with how the world works. Harry stood up, frustrated. She was trying to bait him, he knew. Trying to make him angry, make him show the darkness she could feel lurking inside him. And it was working. The remnant whispered that she was correct, that power was the only truth, that the weak existed to serve the strong. "I'm going to find a way to free you," he said firmly. "Not because I'm good or noble or trying to be the hero, because I refuse to be him. I refuse to own people. And if that means tearing apart every piece of dark magic ever written to find a solution, that's what I'll do." Bellatrix watched him with an unreadable expression. "And if there is no solution, then I'll make one." He turned to leave. "Potter." He stopped. "The Dark Lord never talked to me like I was a person. In 30 years, not once." Her voice was strange, soft, almost vulnerable. "He gave orders, made demands, occasionally praised me like you'd praise a well-trained dog. But he never asked, never tried to understand." Harry didn't turn around. "I don't know what you are," Bellatrix continued. "Monster wearing a hero's face. Hero with a monster inside. Something new entirely. But whatever you are, you're different from him. I can feel it through the bond." A pause. "That means something." Harry left without responding. But as he walked through the checkpoints and back into the sunlight, he felt something shift in the bond between them. Not trust. Not yet. But maybe the beginning of something that could become trust, given enough time. The remnant told him he was being manipulated. Harry told the remnant to mind its own business. The first-month anniversary of the Battle of Hogwarts passed without fanfare. The Ministry held a small ceremony, speeches were made, and Harry stood in the back trying not to vomit. He could remember the battle from two perspectives now. His own, the chaos, the fear, the desperate hope that they could somehow win. And Voldemort's, the cold calculation, the contempt for his enemies, the certainty that failure was impossible because Tom Riddle did not fail. The cognitive dissonance was giving him a permanent headache. That night, alone in the rebuilt Gryffindor Tower, Harry finally allowed himself to collapse. He sat on his bed, head in his hands, and let the memories wash over him without fighting. Images flashed past. Murder after murder, ritual after ritual, 60 years of systematic evil compressed into moments of crystal-clear recollection. He watched Voldemort kill his father, kill his mother, felt the satisfaction the monster had experienced and wanted to claw his own brain out. Terrible, isn't it? The remnant's voice was almost sympathetic. Seeing yourself clearly for the first time. That's not me. It's I in you. Part of you now. You can deny it all you want, but those memories aren't going away. They'll shape you whether you accept it or not. I won't let them. You can't stop it. The remnant's whisper seemed to curl around his thoughts, intimate and cold. Every day you use his knowledge, his magic, his understanding of power. You've already changed, Harry Potter. The question is whether you change on your terms or mine. I'll find a way to destroy you. I am you. Destroy me, you destroy yourself. A pause. But I don't want to destroy you either. I want us to work together. Think about it, you have all his power, all his knowledge, without any of his weaknesses. You could be the greatest wizard who ever lived. You could reshape the world. I don't want to reshape the world. Liar. The word held amusement. I feel your desires, remember. I know how frustrated you are with the Ministry's incompetence. I know how angry you are at Umbridge, at Fudge, at everyone who could have stopped him earlier and didn't. I know you've imagined how much better you could do. Harry's hands clenched. You want to protect people. Admirable. But you know the current system can't protect them. You've seen how many it failed. You have the power to fix it. All you need is the will to use it. By becoming a dictator? By forcing everyone to do what I think is right. By making hard choices that cowards refuse to make. Voldemort was wrong about many things, but he understood one truth. The world doesn't change through kindness. It changes through power. You have that power now. Use it. No, not yet. The remnant's presence receded slightly. But you will. Eventually, you'll realize I'm right. And when you do, I'll be waiting. The voice faded, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. He stayed awake until dawn, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince himself that he hadn't been tempted. A soft knock on his door made him jolt upright. Harry! Hermione's voice, hesitant. "Are you awake?" "Yeah." He crossed the room and opened the door. She stood there in her bathrobe, looking concerned. "What's wrong?" "I could ask you the same thing." I felt something, like a magical disturbance, coming from your room. Harry sighed. Of course she'd felt it. Hermione's sensitivity to magical fluctuations was legendary. The remnant's emergence must have caused ripples. "I had a visitor," he said. "In my head. The remnant." Her face paled. "Did it?" "It talked, made arguments, tried to convince me to embrace the power." He managed a weak smile. "I told it no. But it wasn't entirely wrong." Harry sat on the edge of his bed, and Hermione settled carefully next to him. The things it said about the ministry, about how the world works, about power and change, I can see the logic. That's what scares me. Being able to see logic in evil doesn't make you evil, doesn't it? If I understand why Voldemort did what he did, if I can see the reasoning that led him there, what's stopping me from following the same path? Choice. Hermione took his hand. Understanding isn't agreement. I understand why Umbridge tortured students. She's a sadist who enjoys power over the weak. That doesn't mean I agree with it. You can understand Voldemort's reasoning and still reject it. But what if I don't want to? What if, someday, I look at the world and decide his way is easier? Then I'll stop you. She said it simply, like stating the weather. That's what I promised, remember? If you become him, I stop you. Whatever it takes. Harry stared at her. You'd really do it? Kill me if you had to. I'd do whatever was necessary. Her voice wavered slightly, but her eyes didn't. Not because I want to, because if you turned into him, the Harry I knew would already be dead. I'd be stopping the monster, not killing my friend. It should have been horrifying. Instead, it was the most comforting thing anyone had said to him in weeks. Thank you, Harry whispered. Don't thank me. Just don't make me do it. I'll try. They sat together in silence as the sun rose over Hogwarts, and Harry felt the weight on his chest ease slightly. He wasn't alone. He had friends who loved him enough to stop him if he fell. The remnant was strong, but so was the light. For now, that would have to be enough. The first month ended with Harry making a decision. He couldn't stay at Hogwarts. The memories were too thick here. Voldemort had walked these halls, plotted in these rooms, hidden darkness in every corner. Every time Harry turned around, he saw something that triggered a new flashback. More importantly, the bonds were calling him. Daphne was safe at the Tonks residence, being looked after by Andromeda and Ted, both of whom had been shocked to learn their niece's husband had been dealing in human trafficking. Narcissa was managing the Malfoy estate, slowly rehabilitating her family's reputation. But Bellatrix was still in custody. Alecto Caro had just been captured trying to flee to France, and Aurora Sinistra had vanished from the castle the day after the battle. Harry needed to deal with all of them, figure out what could be salvaged, what had to be contained, and whether any of them could be trusted. He also needed to get away from the remnant's constant whispers. The entity seemed stronger in places of darkness. Hogwarts' long history of tragedy gave it plenty to work with. Maybe somewhere clean, somewhere new, would quiet its voice. I'm leaving, he told Ron and Hermione over breakfast. For a while. I need to clear my head, figure out what I'm supposed to do with all of this. Where will you go? Ron asked. Not sure yet. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere without history. That doesn't exist. Everywhere has history. Harry smiled slightly. Then somewhere with history that isn't mine. Hermione nodded, though he could see the worry in her eyes. The Galleon. If you need us. I know. He left that afternoon, carrying a single bag with everything he needed. The bonds hummed in his chest. 5 threads leading to 5 women, each one a problem he'd have to solve. At the gate, he paused and looked back at Hogwarts. Voldemort's memories showed him the castle through different eyes, a place of opportunity, of weakness to exploit, of children to corrupt. Harry's own memories showed him a home, flawed and wonderful and full of people he loved. 2 perspectives on the same place. 2 souls in the same body. We're not so different, the remnant whispered. Both of us shaped by this castle. Both of us scarred by what happened here. Both of us looking for something more. We're completely different, Harry said aloud. He wanted to destroy the world. I want to save it. He wanted to reshape the world. So do you. The only difference is method. Harry didn't have a response to that, so he kept walking. The sun was setting over Scotland as he reached the edge of the apparition wards. He took one last breath of Hogwarts air, fixed his destination in his mind, and vanished with a crack. The boy who lived was going to become something new. The only question was what? Chapter 2. Inheritance. Harry landed in a field somewhere in Devon and immediately threw up. Not from the apparition, he'd gotten over that years ago. This was something else. The moment he'd left Hogwarts wards, the bonds had flared like someone had jammed a hot poker into his chest. 5 distinct points of pain. 5 women suddenly aware that their master was moving. 5 sets of emotions crashing into his consciousness at once. Bellatrix. Rage and confusion. A constant low hum of hatred that spiked when she felt him apparate. Narcissa. Calculated interest, quickly smoothed into something neutral. Daphne. Fear, always fear, though it had softened slightly since he'd moved her to safety. Alecto, nothing. The bond was there, but muted, like she was unconscious or drugged. Aurora Sinistra. Sharp alertness, then deliberate blankness. She was occluding against him. Harry wiped his mouth and forced himself to breathe. The bonds settled after a moment, fading from screaming pain to dull pressure. Apparently sudden long-distance travel triggered them. Good to know. He'd aimed for an empty spot near the coast, somewhere he could think without interruption. The field he'd landed in was exactly what he'd wanted. Rolling green hills, distant sound of waves, not a building in sight. Perfect solitude, except for the woman standing 20 feet away, watching him with her wand raised. Aurora Sinistra, Harry said, straightening up despite the lingering nausea. I was planning to look for you. I know. The astronomy professor, former professor, he supposed, kept her wand trained on his chest. I felt you leave the castle. Felt you heading this direction. I've been waiting. How did you know where I'd land? I didn't. I've been operating to every empty field in Devon for the last hour, hoping to catch you. A thin smile crossed her face. The bond has limitations, but proximity sensing isn't one of them. Once you got close enough, I knew exactly where you were. Harry studied her. Aurora Sinistra had always been a peripheral figure during his Hogwarts years, the quiet professor who taught about stars and rarely interacted with students outside class. Voldemort's memories painted a different picture. A true believer who'd fed information to the Death Eaters for decades, who'd suggested targets for recruitment among the student body, who'd voluntarily submitted to the marriage bond because she believed in the cause that deeply. You're not trying to kill me, Harry observed. Would it work? Probably not. Then why waste the effort? Sinistra lowered her wand, though she didn't put it away. I'm here to talk, Potter. To understand what you are and what you intend. And if you don't like my answers, then we'll see. Harry considered his options. He could try to capture her. The bond would make it difficult for her to fight him directly, but that felt wrong. She'd come to him voluntarily, seeking conversation instead of combat. That deserved at least the chance to explain herself. Fine, let's talk. He gestured at the grass. Might as well sit. This could take a while. They settled across from each other, maybe 10 feet apart. Close enough to talk, far enough that neither felt threatened. Harry noticed that Sinistra positioned herself with the setting sun behind her. An old dueling trick, making it harder for him to see her clearly. You were his spy, Harry said without preamble. For how long? Since before you were born. No hesitation, no attempt to deny it. I joined the cause in 1975, took the teaching position in 1978. Dumbledore never suspected. I was too quiet, too unremarkable. The perfect mole. Why? Because I believed. Sinistra's voice held a conviction that made Harry's skin crawl. The magical world is dying, Potter. Every generation, fewer purebloods are born. More magic is diluted by muggle blood. Another century, maybe 2, and there won't be enough power left to maintain the statute of secrecy. We'll be exposed, hunted, exterminated. That's not how genetics works. Muggle genetics, no. But magic isn't genetic. It's spiritual. Bloodlines carry magical resonance across generations. Weaken the bloodlines, weaken the resonance, weaken the magic itself. She leaned forward slightly. The Dark Lord understood this. He was trying to save our world, not destroy it. Harry felt the remnants stir with interest. She's not entirely wrong, you know. Magical populations have been declining for centuries. The old families are dying out. Voldemort was a half-blood, Harry pointed out, ignoring the whisper. His father was a Muggle. If bloodlines matter so much, why follow someone whose blood was diluted? Because he transcended it. Prove that with enough power, enough will, the weakness could be overcome. Sinistra's eyes gleamed with fervor. He was going to purify the magical world. Strengthen the remaining bloodlines through selective breeding. Remove the Muggle contamination before it was too late. Selective breeding. You mean forced marriages, rape, enslaving people to produce children against their will. Sacrifice for the greater good. Harry's stomach turned. This was what true belief looked like. Someone so convinced of their cause that atrocities became acceptable, even necessary. He had Voldemort's memories of people like this, followers who needed no Imperius because their ideology did the work for free. And now, he asked, your lord is dead. His plans are ashes. What do you believe now? Sinistra was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was different, smaller, less certain. I don't know. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. She met his eyes, and for the first time Harry saw something other than fanaticism there. Confusion, maybe fear. The bond transferred to you, a half-blood, raised by Muggles, everything the cause stood against. If the magic accepted you as master, what does that say about the beliefs I've held for 40 years? Maybe it says they were wrong. Maybe. She didn't sound convinced. Or maybe it's a test, a trial to prove my faith. And killing me would prove it? Killing you might be impossible. The bond prevents direct harm. Sinistra's lips curved slightly. But there are other forms of service. If you're the vessel for the Dark Lord's power, perhaps my duty is to guide you toward using it correctly. Harry felt cold spread through his chest. You want to convert me. I want to understand you. What you are, what you intend, whether there's any chance of salvaging something from the wreckage. She spread her hands. The Dark Lord's knowledge lives in you. His power, his potential. That doesn't have to be wasted. His potential for genocide, you mean? His potential to save our world. They stared at each other across the grass. Harry could feel the bond between them, different from the others, no resentment like Bellatrix, no cold pragmatism like Narcissa, no terror like Daphne. Sinistra's bond hummed with something like anticipation. She was genuinely curious about what he might become. That made her more dangerous than any of them. I'm not going to be what you want, Harry said finally. I'm not going to continue his work. I'm not going to purify bloodlines or establish magical supremacy or any of the rest of it. Whatever power I have, I'm going to use it to make sure nothing like him ever rises again. And if you fail, then I'll die trying. Sinistra studied him for a long moment. You believe that now, but you have his memories, Potter. You know how he thought, how he reasoned, why he made the choices he made. You'll understand him better than anyone alive. And understanding leads to agreement more often than people think. Not for me. We'll see. She rose gracefully to her feet. I'm not going to fight you. The bond wouldn't let me win anyway, and I'm not interested in suicide. But I'm not going to help you either. Not until I'm sure you're worth helping. What does that mean? It means I'll be watching, waiting, seeing what kind of man you become when you have absolute power at your fingertips. She smiled thinly. The Dark Lord said power reveals character. I'm curious what your character truly is. She disapparated before Harry could respond. He sat alone in the field as the sun finished setting, thinking about true believers and the danger of certainty. She has a point, the remnant whispered. Power does reveal character. What will yours reveal? Harry didn't answer. He didn't know. 2 days later, Harry received an owl at the small cottage he'd rented on the Devon coast. The handwriting was Hermione's, tight and anxious. Alecto Caro attempted escape from ministry custody. Used dark artifact hidden in body cavity. 3 Aurors injured. She's been moved to maximum security, but she's demanding to see you. Says she won't speak to anyone else. Harry crumpled the letter and swore. He'd been avoiding Alecto. Of all the bonds, hers was the most unpleasant. A constant buzz of hatred and contempt that made his skin crawl. Through Voldemort's memories, he knew exactly what kind of person she was. A sadist who'd tortured students at Hogwarts, who'd laughed while performing the Cruciatus Curse on first years, who'd volunteered for the worst missions because she genuinely enjoyed causing pain. Bellatrix was insane. Narcissa was pragmatic. Sinistra was ideological. But Alecto was simply cruel, without even the excuse of belief to explain it. The bond meant he couldn't ignore her forever. If she was demanding to see him, refusing would only make things worse. He apparat to the ministry. The maximum security wing was deep underground, past layers of wards that made Harry's teeth ache. The guards recognized him immediately. He was still the boy who lived, the chosen one, the defeater of Voldemort, and escorted him to Alecto's cell without question. She was waiting for him. Took you long enough. Alecto's voice was a rasp, damage from years of dark magic and too many screaming sessions. She pressed herself against the bars of her cell, grinning with teeth that were slightly too sharp. I was starting to think you'd forgotten about me. I didn't forget. I was hoping you'd rot before I had to deal with you. Ooh, the kitten has claws. Her grin widened. I like that. The Dark Lord was always too cold, too controlled. Never let himself enjoy the work. You've got more fire. I'm not here for your approval. No? Then why are you here? She tilted her head, studying him with dark eyes. The bond, right? You can feel it. Can't ignore it. Can't pretend I don't exist when there's a piece of your soul tied to mine. It's not a piece of my soul. Close enough. The marriage ritual binds life to life, magic to magic. Whatever you are now, I'm part of it. Alecto pressed closer to the bars. You want to know the fun part? The bond works both ways. I can feel you too, Potter. Feel your anger, your fear, that little whisper in the back of your head that keeps telling you to let go. Harry's blood went cold. You can sense the remnant? Is that what you call it? Cute. Alecto laughed, low and ugly. I've been feeling it since the battle. Like the Dark Lord's still alive, trapped somewhere between you and me. He talks to you, doesn't he? Offers you things. Tries to convince you to embrace what you've become. I'm not embracing anything. Not yet. But you will. Her voice dropped to a whisper. The Dark Lord was patient. He played the long game, planted seeds that took decades to bloom. That thing inside you is doing the same thing. Every time you use his knowledge, every time you flex his power, you're feeding it. Eventually, you'll be too tangled up to pull free. Harry stared at her, trying to reconcile the gleeful cruelty with the genuine insight. Alecto was a monster, but she wasn't stupid. If she could feel the remnant through the bond. Why are you telling me this? Because I want to watch. Her grin was back, sharp and hungry. I want to see Harry Potter, hero of the wizarding world, slowly turn into everything he fought against. I want to be there when you finally realize there's no difference between you and us. That you've been a dark wizard all along, you just didn't know it yet. That's not going to happen. The bond says otherwise. Alecto pressed her hand flat against the bars. I can feel your potential, Potter. You're not some ordinary wizard with a bit of extra knowledge crammed in. You're a vessel for the most powerful Dark Lord in centuries. His soul is literally inside you, merging with yours bit by bit. You think you can fight that forever? Yes. Then you're more naive than I thought. She pulled back from the bars, settling onto her cot with an air of satisfied contempt. Come back in a year. We'll see how much of the chosen one is left. Harry turned to leave. One more thing, Alecto called after him. The bond doesn't just connect us, it affects us. The longer we're bound, the more we influence each other. My cruelty is leaking into you, whether you notice it or not. And that thing you call the remnant? It's feeding on every dark emotion the bonds provide. Harry kept walking. He didn't look back. But that night, alone in his cottage, he noticed that his thoughts kept returning to violence. Not his usual reflexive anger, but something colder, calculated. The kind of planning he associated with Voldemort's memories. He didn't sleep at all. Finding Daphne became his anchor. Among all the darkness, the remnant's whispers, Alecto's predictions, Sinistra's faith in his eventual corruption. Daphne was the one clear, pure thing. An innocent victim who needed his help. Saving her wasn't just the right thing to do. It was proof that he was still Harry, still capable of compassion and decency. She'd been at the Tonks residence for 3 weeks, slowly recovering from months of captivity. Harry visited her on the 3rd day after his encounter with Sinistra, apparating to the edge of the property and walking up the long driveway to give her warning. Andromeda met him at the door. "She's better," the older woman said without preamble. "Eating regularly, sleeping without screaming. Still jumps at loud noises, but that's to be expected. Can I see her?" "That's up to her." Andromeda's eyes were sharp, assessing. "She's heard about what you inherited. The bonds, the memories, all of it. She's not sure how to feel about the boy who was supposed to save her also being the one who now owns her." "I don't own. I know. But the magic says otherwise. And she spent the last year learning that magic trumps intention." Andromeda stepped aside. "She's in the garden. Don't push too hard." Harry found Daphne sitting by a small pond, trailing her fingers through the water. She looked better than she had in Wales. Cleaner, calmer, less like a trapped animal. But there were still shadows in her eyes that probably wouldn't fade for years. "Hi," he said awkwardly, stopping a few feet away. "Mind if I join you?" She gestured at the grass beside her without speaking. Harry sat, leaving space between them. The bond hummed softly, registering their proximity. He felt her wariness through it, the constant low-grade fear that she couldn't quite suppress. "Andromeda says you're doing better. She's kind." Daphne's voice was soft, carefully controlled. "She doesn't treat me like I'm broken." "You're not broken. You don't know that." She finally looked at him, and there was something fierce in her eyes despite the fear. "You don't know what it was like, being handed over like livestock, waiting in that house for months, knowing he could summon me at any moment, feeling the bond every day, reminding me that I wasn't a person anymore. You're right. I don't know what it was like from your side." Harry hesitated. "But I know what it looked like from his." Daphne went still. "His memories transferred with everything else. I can remember the day your father brought you to him. The negotiation, the contract, the ritual." Harry's voice was flat, fighting to keep his own revulsion contained. "He didn't want you. He took you because refusing would have looked weak. To him, you were less than nothing. Just another piece of leverage, another way to keep your father in line." Tears were streaming down Daphne's face, but she didn't look away. "He never intended to touch you," Harry continued. "Not because he had any moral qualms, he didn't, but because he found human intimacy distasteful. You were going to spend your whole life in that house, waiting for a summons that would never come, until eventually you died and he forgot you'd ever existed." "Why are you telling me this?" Her voice cracked. "Because you deserve to know the truth. And because I need you to understand, when I say I'm going to free you, I mean it. Not because I'm noble or heroic, but because what was done to you is so profoundly wrong that I can't live with myself if I don't fix it." Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly she nodded. Okay. I don't trust you," she said it matter-of-factly, without accusation. "I can't trust anyone right now, but I believe you want to help. That's more than I expected from the person who inherited my chain. I'm going to break that chain. Maybe, maybe not." She turned back to the pond, watching ripples spread across the surface. "But until you do, I need something from you. Name it." Stop feeling guilty about me every time you check the bond. It's exhausting. A ghost of a smile crossed her face, the first Harry had seen from her. I know you're not him. I can feel that much. Constant guilt isn't going to help either of us. Harry almost laughed. Here he was trying to be supportive and noble, and she was asking him to stop being so emotionally loud. I'll try. Good. She rose to her feet, brushing grass from her robes. I'm going inside. Andromeda's teaching me to cook. She says it's therapeutic. But you can come back if you want. It's easier to face this if I can see the person on the other end of the bond. I'd like that. She nodded and walked toward the house. Harry watched her go, feeling something loosen in his chest. 1 out of 5. Not perfect, not healed, but better. It was a start. The research began in earnest. Harry couldn't rely on Hermione for everything. She had her own life to rebuild, her own healing to do, but she'd given him a list of sources before he left. Books on soul magic, treatises on magical bonds, obscure journals from ancient families who'd experimented with binding rituals over the centuries. He worked through them methodically, making notes, cross-referencing, trying to build a picture of what the marriage bonds actually were and how they might be broken. The results were not encouraging. The bonds Voldemort had used weren't ordinary marriage contracts. They were based on something older and darker, a ritual originally designed to bind demons to human masters. The adaptations made them work on humans instead, creating connections so deep that they affected the target's very souls. Breaking such a bond, according to the sources, required one of 3 things: the death of either party, the willing release of the master, which didn't work because Harry wasn't the original caster, or a counter-ritual of equal power that would essentially rebuild both souls from scratch. The counter-ritual was theoretically possible. The ingredients were obscure but obtainable. The problem was the cost. The ritual requires sacrifice of magical power from the holder of the bond. Harry read aloud to the empty cottage. Proportional to the strength of the original binding. Strong bonds may require sacrifice of up to half the caster's core. Half his magical core. For each bond. That would leave him barely stronger than a squib. Acceptable losses, the remnant whispered, if it meant you no longer had to be responsible for them. No more bonds means no more obligations. No more emotions bleeding through. No more connections you didn't ask for. Shut up. Just pointing out the obvious. You hate the bonds as much as they do. Maybe more. Every time you feel Bellatrix's hatred or Alecto's cruelty, it poisons you a little. Cutting them loose would be mercy for everyone involved. Harry closed the book and rubbed his eyes. The remnant wasn't wrong, which was the worst part. The bonds were exhausting. Every emotion from 5 different women, layered onto his own already complicated psyche, made it hard to think straight. Sometimes he couldn't tell if a feeling was his or theirs. But giving up his magic felt like giving up. Like admitting he couldn't handle what he'd inherited. Like proving Alecto right, that he'd eventually take the easy way out rather than do the hard work of actually fixing things. There had to be another way. Something that didn't require destroying himself in the process. He kept reading. Narcissa came to him next. She arrived at the cottage unannounced, dressed in traveling robes and carrying a small leather case. Harry felt her approach through the bond and was waiting at the door when she knocked. Mrs. Malfoy, Mr. Potter. She stepped inside without waiting for an invitation, her eyes scanning the modest space with barely concealed distaste. I see you've chosen to live simply. I'm not here for luxury. I'm here to work. So I've heard. Hermione Granger has been making inquiries through certain channels, looking for information on bond breaking. The research is attracting attention. Narcissa set her case on the table and opened it to reveal stacks of parchment covered in elegant handwriting. I thought I might save you some effort. Harry approached carefully. What is this? The Black family records on soul-binding rituals. Original sources, not the sanitized versions available in public archives. Narcissa's lips curved slightly. My family has been practicing dark magic for generations. We kept excellent notes. And you're giving these to me? I'm sharing them. There's a difference. She met his eyes directly. I've lived under a binding bond for nearly 20 years. I have a vested interest in seeing it broken. If your research succeeds, it benefits me as much as you." Harry picked up the first stack of parchment, skimming the dense text. Family records, ritual specifications, annotated accounts of experiments going back centuries. This was exactly what he needed, primary sources from practitioners who'd actually worked with the magic. "Why didn't you try to break the bond yourself? With access to all this?" "Because attempting to break a bond you're subject to is suicidal. The magic requires an external party, someone not already bound, to perform the counter-ritual." Narcissa settled into a chair as if she owned the place. "Lucius couldn't do it. He was too closely connected to the Dark Lord. The few allies I might have trusted were either imprisoned or dead. You're the first viable option I've had in 2 decades." Harry set down the parchment. "You've been planning this since the battle. Gathering information, waiting for the right moment. Of course. Did you think I came to you out of affection?" Narcissa's voice was dry. "You're a means to an end, Potter. A useful one, but a tool nonetheless. I don't expect you to be offended by that. It's simply honest." "I appreciate honesty." "Good. Then I'll continue being honest." She leaned forward slightly. "The bonds can be broken. The Black family records prove it. There are at least 3 documented cases of successful dissolution. But the cost is significant, and the ritual itself is dangerous. You'll need more than books and good intentions." "What will I need?" "Allies. People skilled in soul magic who aren't bound to you and have reason to help." Narcissa pulled a small scroll from her robes. "I've compiled a list of candidates. Former unspeakables, independent researchers, the occasional reformed dark wizard willing to share knowledge for the right price. Not all of them are trustworthy, but all of them are competent." Harry took the scroll, scanning the names. Most he didn't recognize, but a few jumped out. Bill Weasley, whose work with Gringotts gave him expertise in binding curses. An elderly witch named Hestia Marchbanks, who specialized in contractual magic. A wizard simply identified as the Breaker, with a note saying, "Approach carefully." "You've been thorough. I've been motivated." Narcissa rose to her feet. "I'll leave the records with you. Study them. When you're ready to attempt the ritual, contact me. I'll provide whatever assistance I can." "And what do you want in return?" "Freedom." The word hung in the air between them. "Not from you specifically, you've been more tolerable than expected, but from the bond itself. I want to wake up one morning and not feel someone else in my chest. I want to make decisions based on my own judgment, not magical compulsion. I want to be entirely my own person again. I want that for you too." Something flickered in Narcissa's eyes. Surprise, quickly masked. "Then we're aligned. For now." She left without further ceremony. Harry spent the next 6 hours reading through the Black family records, making notes, building understanding. The path forward was becoming clearer. Difficult, dangerous, but possible. He just had to survive long enough to walk it. The remnant attacked 3 days later. Harry had been pushing himself too hard, 14-hour research sessions, minimal sleep, constant emotional bombardment from the bonds. He'd grown careless, let his occlumency shield slip while focused on an particularly complex ritual diagram. The remnant slipped through like smoke through cracks. Finally, the voice whispered, stronger than it had ever been. "I've been waiting for an opening." Harry tried to raise his shields, but it was too late. The remnant was inside his conscious mind now, not just lurking in the depths. He could feel it pressing against his thoughts, trying to blend its perspective with his own. "You've been fighting for weeks, exhausting yourself, burning through your reserves, all to free people who hate you." The remnant's voice was reasonable, almost gentle. "Bellatrix dreams of killing you. Alecto wants to watch you fall. Sinistra is waiting for you to prove her ideology right. Even Narcissa is only here because you're useful. Daphne doesn't hate me. Daphne is terrified of you. Every time you visit, her fear spikes through the bond. She smiles and says the right things, but inside she's counting the days until you decide to exercise the rights the magic gives you. I would never, I know, but she doesn't. She can't." The remnant's presence wrapped around Harry's thoughts like a constricting snake. That's the irony, isn't it? You're trying so hard to be good. And no one believes you. No one trusts you. Your friends watch you with fear in their eyes. The ministry debates whether you should be contained. The women you're trying to save see you as just another master. Harry's hands were shaking. He reached for his wand, but what good would that do? You couldn't duel something inside your own head. You could make them trust you. The knowledge is right here. I can show you rituals that would ensure loyalty, spells that would make them love you genuinely and completely. No more fear. No more suspicion. Just perfect devotion. That's not trust. That's slavery. It's efficiency. You could spend years trying to earn their faith, or you could have it in an afternoon. The remnant's voice dropped to a whisper. Think about it. Hermione, never questioning your judgment again. Ron, following your lead without hesitation. Ginny, loving you without reservation. Everyone who's ever doubted you, finally understanding that you were right all along. The temptation was overwhelming. Harry could feel it. The exhaustion of constantly proving himself, the frustration of being feared despite his best efforts, the loneliness of carrying burdens no one else could share. The remnant was offering an end to all of it. All he had to do was stop being Harry Potter. No. The word came out weak, wavering. The remnant pressed harder. Why not? You've already changed. Every day you use his knowledge, his magic, his understanding. You're not the naive boy who walked into the forest anymore. You're something new, something powerful. Why pretend otherwise? Because pretending is the only thing keeping me human. Human. The remnant laughed. What's human about you? You have the soul of a monster inside you. You're bound to women by magic older than civilization. You can perform magic that would make Merlin weep. You stopped being human the moment my essence merged with yours. Harry's vision was blurring. The remnant was too strong, too entrenched. He couldn't push it out alone. The galleon in his pocket grew warm. Hermione's voice cut through the fog. Harry, can you hear me? She was using the communication charm on the DA galleon. The one she'd given him before he left. Ignore her. The remnant's voice was urgent now. This is between us. Don't let her interfere. But her voice was an anchor. Something external. Something real. Something that wasn't the darkness in his head. Hermione. His voice cracked. I need help. No. The remnant surged forward, trying to stop him. But Harry grabbed onto Hermione's voice like a lifeline and pulled. I'm losing. The remnant. It's inside me. I can't push it out. Hold on. I'm coming. The remnant howled with frustration, battering against his weakening defenses. Harry felt himself slipping, his sense of self eroding at the edges. In seconds, he'd be gone. Then Hermione was there. She apparat directly into the cottage, wand already drawn, and locked eyes with Harry. He saw the fear there, the uncertainty of facing something she couldn't understand, but she didn't hesitate. Legilimens. She pushed into his mind without finesse, a mental presence that was unmistakably Hermione. Precise, organized, determined. The remnant recoiled from her intrusion, and suddenly they were 3 instead of 2. Get out, the remnant snarled. This is not your place. Harry. Hermione's mental voice was calm despite the chaos around them. I need you to focus. Build a wall around us. Separate yourself from it. I can't, it's too strong. You can. I've seen your occlumency shields. They're better than you think. Her presence steadied him, gave him something solid to hold on to. Remember who you are. Not who it wants you to be. Who you chose to be. Harry thought about the forest. Not the moment of death, but the moment of choice. Walking toward Voldemort knowing he wouldn't survive, choosing sacrifice over safety. That was who he was. Someone who made hard choices because they were right, not because they were easy. The remnant had never made a hard choice in its existence. It was the distilled essence of a man who'd always taken the easy path, who'd sacrificed others instead of himself, who'd chosen power over principle every single time. They were nothing alike. Harry built the wall. It wasn't elegant, More like shoving furniture against a door than constructing proper defenses. But it worked. The remnant found itself compressed, contained, shoved back into the dark corners where it couldn't reach his conscious thoughts. This isn't over, it promised. I'll be waiting, and next time she won't be here to save you. The mental landscape stabilized. Hermione withdrew carefully, and they were both back in the cottage, gasping for breath. That was too close, Hermione said finally. Harry, you can't keep doing this alone. I know. Then stop trying. She grabbed his shoulders, forcing him to meet her eyes. I don't care if you're scared of hurting us. I don't care if you think you're protecting us by keeping distance. We're your friends. We're going to help whether you like it or not. The remnant is getting stronger. Then we figure out how to stop it. Together. She released him, stepping back. I've been researching. There are methods, ancient methods, for dealing with soul contamination. None of them are pleasant, but they're better than letting that thing consume you. Show me. They worked through the night, poring over Hermione's research alongside the Black family records. By dawn, they had the outline of a plan. The remnant couldn't be destroyed. It was too entangled with Harry's own soul, but it could be contained, starved, reduced to something so weak it could no longer influence him. The key was the bonds. The remnant feeds on dark emotions, Hermione explained, pointing at a diagram in one of the black texts. Hatred, fear, cruelty. Every negative feeling that passes through the bonds nourishes it. As long as you're connected to Bellatrix and Alecto, it has an endless supply of fuel. So I need to break the bonds. But we already knew the counter-ritual costs too much power. The standard counter-ritual, yes. But the Black family developed an alternative, something they called the Transformation Covenant. Hermione pulled out another sheet. It doesn't break the bonds. It changes them. Harry studied the diagram. It showed 2 points connected by a line, with annotations describing the flow of magical energy between them. The original bond was one-directional, master to servant. The Transformation Covenant made it bidirectional. Equal partnership instead of ownership, he said slowly. Both parties connected, but neither in control. Exactly. The emotional feedback would still exist, but it would flow both ways. Your positive emotions would affect them as much as their negative emotions affect you. Over time, the bonds would become balanced. And the remnant would lose its fuel supply. Without constant hatred and fear, it would weaken. Eventually, it would become dormant, still present but unable to act. Hermione met his eyes. It's not a perfect solution. The bonds would still exist. You'd still be connected to these women forever. But it would save your soul. Harry considered the implications. Permanent connection to Bellatrix, Alecto, Sinistra, Narcissa, and Daphne. Their emotions influencing him, his emotions influencing them. An intimacy he hadn't asked for, couldn't escape, but could potentially transform into something functional. Would they have to agree? Yes. The Transformation Covenant requires willing participation from all parties. Anyone who refuses stays bound in the original way. Narcissa would agree. Daphne probably would too. But Bellatrix, Alecto, Sinistra, that's why it has to be their choice. Hermione's voice was quiet. You can offer them freedom or at least something closer to freedom. What they do with that offer is up to them. Harry stared at the diagram for a long time. Set up meetings, he said finally. All 5 of them. I need to explain the option and let them choose. Harry, some of them are dangerous. Alecto tried to escape. Then we take precautions. But I'm not going to make this decision for them. He met Hermione's eyes. If I force them into the covenant without consent, I'm no better than Voldemort was. They have to choose. Hermione nodded slowly. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Thank you for everything. Don't thank me yet. She managed a tired smile. We still have to convince a mass murderer, a sadist, and a fanatic to voluntarily make themselves vulnerable. This is going to be interesting. Harry almost laughed. When has our life ever been anything else? The meetings began. Harry started with Daphne because she was easiest, not in the sense that she'd agree automatically, but because he could have a real conversation with her without worrying about violence. They met in the Tonks garden again, beside the same pond where they'd first talked. Daphne listened carefully as Harry explained the transformation covenant, asking occasional questions in her soft, controlled voice. "So we'd be equals," she said when he finished. "Both affected by the bond, neither in control. That's the idea. And I'd feel your emotions as strongly as you feel mine." "Yes." Daphne was quiet for a moment. "Right now I feel your determination, your hope, your—" She hesitated. "Your guilt is always there, underneath everything else. You feel responsible for what happened to me. Voldemort did it. Your father did it. But I inherited the results. That doesn't make you responsible, doesn't it?" Harry shook his head. "I could break the bond right now. The power ritual, it would cost me, but I could do it. Give you complete freedom, no strings attached. And destroy your ability to fight the remnant. Maybe." Daphne studied him with an expression he couldn't read. "You'd sacrifice yourself to free me, a girl you barely know, who never did anything for you. You didn't ask to be enslaved. You deserve the chance to live your own life. So do you." She reached out and touched his hand, the first voluntary contact she'd initiated. "I'll take the covenant." "You don't have to." "I know. That's why I'm agreeing." A small smile crossed her face. "For the first time since my father sold me, someone is offering me a choice. That matters more than the specifics of the offer." Harry felt something shift in the bond between them. The fear didn't vanish, but it softened, made room for other feelings. Trust, maybe, the beginning of it. "Thank you," he said. "Thank me when it works." She released his hand. "Now go convince the others. You'll need all of us for the ritual to reach its full potential." Narcissa was the next conversation. She listened to his explanation with her usual calculated calm, asking pointed questions about the magical mechanics and long-term implications. When he finished, she was silent for several minutes. "Equal partnership," she said finally. "My emotions affecting yours as much as the reverse." "Yes. And you're comfortable with that? Feeling what I feel, knowing what I know. I'm not comfortable with any of this, but it's better than the alternative." Narcissa smiled slightly, honest as always. She rose and walked to the window of her study, looking out over the Malfoy grounds. "I spent 20 years learning to hide my true feelings from the bond, shielding myself so the Dark Lord wouldn't know how much I hated him. Now you're asking me to open up entirely, expose everything. I'm asking you to choose exposure over slavery. Some would say they're the same thing. Are they? For you?" Another long silence. Then Narcissa laughed. A genuine sound, surprised and almost warm. "No, not for me." She turned to face him. "I accept your covenant, Harry Potter. But I have a condition." "Name it." "My son. Whatever happens with the bonds, whatever becomes of me, Draco stays protected. Free from the consequences of his father's choices." Draco was a child following orders he was too scared to disobey. "I'm not going to punish him for that." "Your word." "My word." Narcissa inclined her head. "Then we have an agreement. 2 down, 3 to go." Sinistra was more complicated. She agreed to meet him in a neutral location, a wizarding pub in Cornwall, far from anywhere either of them had history. When Harry arrived, she was already seated in a private booth, a glass of fire whiskey untouched in front of her. "The Transformation Covenant," she said before he could speak. "I've heard of it. Old magic, barely practiced. Most who attempted it failed because the participants couldn't truly accept equality." "You've been researching." "I've been watching, listening." Sinistra's dark eyes fixed on him. "You've been busy, collecting allies, gathering resources, building toward something. I wanted to understand what. And do you? I understand that you're sincere, genuinely trying to break the bonds without destroying yourself in the process. It's not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "Corruption, darkness, the slow transformation I've been waiting for." She picked up her fire whiskey, swirled it without drinking. Instead, I see a boy who keeps choosing the hard path, who refuses to use power even when it would be easier, who treats his slaves as people worthy of choice. I'm not a saint. No, but you're not him either. Sinistra set down the glass. I spent 40 years believing in the Dark Lord's cause, believing that blood purity and magical dominance were the only paths to survival. Now I'm being forced to reconsider everything. Does that mean you'll take the covenant? It means I'm conflicted. For the first time, vulnerability showed in her face. The covenant would bind me to you permanently. My emotions exposed, my thoughts influenced by yours. For someone who's spent decades hiding, that's terrifying. It's terrifying for me too. Yes, I can feel that through the bond. Sinistra studied him. You're afraid of what you might become. Afraid the remnant will win. Afraid that even if you save us, you'll lose yourself. Every day. And yet you keep fighting. I don't know how to stop. Sinistra was quiet for a long time. The pub noises filled the silence. Other patrons laughing, glasses clinking, the crackle of the fire. I won't pretend to believe in your cause, she said finally. I can't abandon 4 decades of conviction overnight. But I can suspend judgment. Give you the chance to prove yourself. Is that a yes? It's a maybe. She met his eyes. Convince the others. Complete the covenant. Show me that you mean what you say. Then I'll decide. It wasn't the answer he wanted, but it wasn't a rejection either. Progress. Alecto laughed in his face. You want me to voluntarily make myself vulnerable to you? She was practically howling with amusement. To let you feel everything I feel? To give up the only advantage I have. The bond is already one-directional in my favor. I have every advantage. You have power. I have poison. Alecto pressed against the bars of her cell, grinning. Every dark thought, every cruel impulse, every moment of hatred. It feeds that thing inside you. The covenant would make us equal, sure. But it would also remove my ability to hurt you. The remnant is hurting me. You're just the fuel. Same difference. Her grin faded slightly. You're asking me to give up the only weapon I have left. Why would I do that? Because the alternative is staying bound to me forever. Feeling my emotions. My hope, my determination, my compassion. Bleeding into you whether you want them or not. Harry kept his voice calm. The covenant goes both ways, Alecto. Right now, I'm shielding you from my influence. If you refuse, I stop shielding. Something flickered in her eyes. Fear? Recognition? He couldn't tell. You're threatening me. I'm stating facts. The current bond is my choice. I maintain the barrier between us because I don't want to affect you against your will. But if you refuse the covenant, if you choose to keep poisoning me, I have no obligation to keep protecting you. So I let you in, or you force your way in. You have agency either way. That's more than Voldemort ever offered. Alecto was silent for a long moment. The grin was gone, replaced by something harder to read. I'll think about it, she said finally. That's all I'm asking. Bellatrix was last. Harry saved her for last because she was the most unpredictable, the most dangerous, the one he least understood. Their bond was the oldest and most complex. Voldemort had bound her nearly 3 decades ago, and the connection had grown tangled over time. She looked worse than before. Thinner, paler, a shadow of the fearsome which would terrorize the magical world. The isolation and the bond were eating away at her. Come to make your pitch? Her voice was hoarse from disuse. The others told me about your covenant. Narcissa visited specially to explain how reasonable it was. What did she say? That you're not him. That you actually listen when people talk. That the covenant gives us more freedom than we've had in decades. Bellatrix laughed bitterly. As if that means anything. Different collar, same chain. The covenant makes us equals. No chain. There's always a chain, Potter. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it isn't there. She pulled herself upright, meeting his eyes with something like her old fire. You think you're offering freedom? You're offering a different kind of cage. Bound together forever, emotions tangled, lives intertwined. At least with the Dark Lord, I knew what I was. What were you? A weapon, a servant, something useful. The fire dimmed. Now I don't know. The bond is screaming at me to protect you, to serve you, to make you happy. But I hate you. I killed your godfather. I tortured your friends. You should hate me too. I do, Harry said quietly. Part of me does. The part that remembers Sirius. The part that watched you torture Neville's parents through Voldemort's eyes. Bellatrix flinched. But I also understand things I didn't before. I know how you became what you are, the choices and the circumstances and the slow erosion of everything else. I know what he did to you, how he used you, how he took your devotion and twisted it into something he could exploit. Harry stepped closer to the bars. You're a monster, but you were made into one. Don't, her voice cracked, don't pretend you understand me. I'm not pretending. I have his memories. I know exactly what he saw when he looked at you. A useful weapon, nothing more. I know how much that would hurt if you ever acknowledged it. I don't need your pity. Good. Because I'm not offering any. I'm offering a choice. Harry met her eyes steadily. The covenant. Equals instead of master and slave. Your emotions affecting me as much as mine affect you. Over time, maybe a chance to become something other than what he made you. And if I refuse, then you stay bound as you are. Feeling my hope and determination seep into you slowly. Eventually, you'll change anyway, the bond ensures it. The only question is whether you have any say in the process. Bellatrix stared at him for a long moment. He felt the bond between them churning. Hatred and confusion and something else. Something she probably couldn't name. I dream about him, she whispered. Every night. He's there, telling me I failed him. That I wasn't good enough. That everything I did, everything I sacrificed, meant nothing because I couldn't even die for him properly. Harry didn't say anything. And then I wake up, and the bond reminds me that he's gone. That you have his power now. That everything I believed in is ashes. Tears were streaming down her face. Maybe for the first time in decades. I don't know who I am without him. I don't know how to exist without someone telling me what to do. That's why the covenant matters, Harry said gently. It's not about serving me or obeying me. It's about figuring out who you want to be when no one is giving orders. I don't know how to do that. Neither do I. We'll learn together. Bellatrix's expression twisted through emotions too complex to track. Then slowly she nodded. Fine, your covenant. But not because I believe in you or trust you or any of that garbage. Her voice steadied slightly. Because I'm tired. Because fighting is exhausting. And because anything is better than feeling like this forever. It wasn't exactly enthusiastic consent, but it was enough. Thank you, Harry said. Don't thank me yet. Bellatrix managed a ghost of her old mad grin. Wait until you're feeling my nightmares through the bond. Then we'll see how grateful you are. Sinistra found him 2 days later. I've made my decision, she said without preamble. I'll participate in the covenant. Harry felt surprise through the bond, genuine surprise, not the careful calculation she usually projected. What changed your mind? Bellatrix. Sinistra's voice was strange, almost soft. I visited her after you did. Wanted to see how she was handling things. And I saw something I didn't expect. What? Hope. The word seemed to cost her. She's the most loyal of all of us. The most devoted to his cause. If anyone was going to reject your covenant, it should have been her. Instead, she agreed. Because you offered her something he never did, the possibility of becoming something more than a weapon. I was just telling the truth. Exactly. Sinistra met his eyes. The Dark Lord never told the truth. Every word was calculation, manipulation, control. But you actually mean what you say. It's unsettling. I'll take that as a compliment. Take it however you want. She straightened her robes with a quick, nervous gesture. The covenant. When do we begin? Soon. I need to arrange the ritual space and gather the participants. But we're close. Good. Sinistra paused at the door. For what it's worth, I hope you're right about all of this. I hope the covenant works. I hope you manage to stay yourself. Me too. She left, and Harry sat alone with his thoughts. 5 women, 5 bonds, 5 broken people, each carrying their own damage. And somehow he was supposed to heal them, heal himself, create something new from the wreckage Voldemort had left behind. The remnant stirred in the back of his mind, weak but still present. It won't work, it whispered. You can't save them. You can't save yourself. In the end, the darkness always wins. We'll see, Harry said aloud. The remnant had no response to that. Chapter 3. The weight of chains. The ritual chamber was 300 feet beneath Gringotts. Harry hadn't known the goblins had spaces like this. Vast caverns carved from living rock. Walls covered in runes so old they predated written human language. Bill Weasley had arranged access, calling in favors Harry suspected would take years to repay. The transformation covenant requires neutral ground, Bill explained as they descended the final staircase. Somewhere with no magical allegiances, no historical weight. The goblins are the only ones who maintain spaces like that. And they just agreed to let us use it? They agreed to let you use it. You're the wizard who broke into their most secure vault, stole a priceless artifact, escaped on a dragon, and then offered to return everything you took with interest. Bill's mouth quirked. They respect audacity and profit. The chamber opened before them, a perfect dome of black stone, easily 100 feet across. 5 stone pedestals stood in a precise pentagon at the center, each one carved with binding runes that glowed faintly blue. The air hummed with contained power. The participants stand on the pedestals, Bill continued, slipping into his professional curse-breaker tone. You stand in the center. The ritual draws on everyone's magic simultaneously, weaving the bonds into something new. Takes about 6 hours. 6 hours of what? Shared consciousness, complete emotional exposure. Every feeling, every memory, every secret. All of it becomes communal property for the duration. Bill's expression was serious. I won't lie to you, Harry. This is going to be brutal. The bonds you're carrying are old and strong. Transforming them will feel like ripping out parts of your soul and knitting them back together. But it will work? If everyone participates willingly. If no one breaks the connection. If the remnant doesn't interfere. Bill hesitated. Those are big ifs. Harry walked to the center of the chamber, feeling the magic pulse beneath his feet. 5 pedestals, 5 women, 5 chances to get this right. When can we begin? Tomorrow night. The lunar alignment is optimal, and I need time to prepare the final components. Bill placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Get some rest. You're going to need it. Rest, right? As if Harry remembered what that felt like. He spent the night in a small room the goblins had provided, Spartan but comfortable, carved from the same black stone as everything else underground. Sleep refused to come. Every time he closed his eyes, the bonds flared with borrowed emotion. Daphne's nervous anticipation, Narcissa's calculated hope, Sinistra's conflicted acceptance, Alecto's simmering resentment, and Bellatrix. Bellatrix was a storm of feelings so tangled Harry couldn't separate them. They're afraid, the remnant whispered. All of them. They're walking into a ritual that will expose everything they are, bind them to you forever, strip away every defense they've built. And they're doing it anyway. Because the alternative is worse. Is it? The current bonds give you power over them. Total control if you wanted it. The Covenant trades that for what? Mutual vulnerability? Shared suffering? Partnership. Pretty word for weakness. The remnant's voice curled with contempt. You're giving up the only advantage you have. When this fails, and it will fail, you'll have nothing left to protect yourself. Harry didn't respond. The remnant had been getting louder as the ritual approached, more desperate. It knew the Covenant would starve it, weaken it, maybe silence it forever. Its arguments were the flailing of something fighting for survival. That didn't make them less persuasive. He lay in the darkness, feeling the bonds pulse, and tried to remember why he was doing this. Because they deserved freedom. Because the current system was slavery wearing a pretty mask. Because he refused to be the kind of person who kept others in chains. Because if he couldn't save them, he wasn't sure he could save himself. Morning came eventually. Harry ate breakfast alone in the Goblin Commissary. Strange food, unfamiliar flavors, but filling enough. The goblins watched him with expressions he couldn't read. They knew what he was attempting. Whether they approved or not was impossible to tell. Hermione arrived at noon, carrying a bag stuffed with books and notes. Last-minute research, she explained, spreading papers across the table. There are some variables in the ritual I want to double-check. Anything concerning? Everything's concerning. This ritual hasn't been performed successfully in over 200 years. The last attempt killed everyone involved. She caught his expression and softened slightly. But the circumstances were different. They were trying to force the covenant on unwilling participants. You have consent. Mostly willing. Alecto's still not happy about it. Alecto's not happy about anything. That's her personality. Hermione shuffled through her notes. The key factor is the central anchor, that's you. As long as you maintain the connection, hold the ritual together, the covenant should form properly. Your magical core is strong enough. The question is whether your mind can handle the strain. The shared consciousness thing. 6 hours of complete emotional exposure to 5 different people. 2 of whom actively want to hurt you. 1 of whom is clinically insane. Hermione's voice was flat. This could break you, Harry. I know. And you're doing it anyway. I don't see another option. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she reached across the table and squeezed his hand. I'll be in the observation gallery. If anything goes wrong, I'll pull you out. That might kill me. Leaving you in there might kill you too. At least this way I have a choice. She managed a small smile. Besides, you promised not to make me fulfill that other promise. I'm holding you to it. The promise to stop him if he turned into Voldemort. Harry remembered. I'll try my best. That's all any of us can do. The participants arrived separately throughout the afternoon. Daphne came first, escorted by Andromeda Tonks. She looked pale but composed, dressed in simple robes that made her seem younger than her 18 years. When she saw Harry, some of the tension in her shoulders eased. Ready? He asked. No. But I'm here anyway. She glanced around the chamber. It's beautiful, in a terrifying way. The goblins know how to make an impression. Narcissa arrived next, alone and immaculate as always. She surveyed the ritual space with a critical eye, asked Bill several pointed questions about the rune configurations, and nodded in apparent satisfaction. Acceptable. Though I'd have arranged the pedestals differently. Feel free to redesign it after we're done. Don't tempt me. Sinistra came third, her dark robes blending with the black stone until she seemed to materialize from the shadows. She said nothing, just took her position on one of the pedestals and waited. Alecto was brought in by Auror escort. The ministry had agreed to temporary release for the ritual, though they'd insisted on security measures. She was bound in magical restraints that would dissolve once she stepped onto the pedestal. Cozy, she sneered, looking around. Are we sacrificing a virgin? Or is this just for show? No sacrifices, Harry said evenly. Just transformation. Pity. Sacrifices are more fun. The restraints dissolved as she stepped onto her pedestal. For a moment, Harry thought she might attack. The rage in the bonds spiked dangerously, but she just smiled and settled into position. Let's get this over with. Bellatrix arrived last. She was barely recognizable from the witch who'd terrorized the Battle of Hogwarts. Thin, haggard, her wild hair matted and dull. The Aurors who escorted her kept their wands trained on her back until she was safely on the pedestal. Bella. Narcissa's voice was soft. You look terrible. Thanks. Isolation will do that. Bellatrix's eyes found Harry. So this is it. The grand transformation. Either it works and we're all bound together forever, or it fails and we probably die. Those are the options. Fantastic. She laughed. A broken sound, nothing like her old mad cackle. Let's do it. Harry looked at each of them in turn. 5 women, 5 bonds, 5 chances to create something new from the wreckage of Voldemort's cruelty. The ritual takes 6 hours, he said. During that time, we'll be sharing consciousness. Everything you feel, everything you think, everything you are, it becomes communal. There's no hiding, no secrets, complete exposure. We know, Narcissa said calmly. You've explained this repeatedly. I'm explaining it again because once we start, there's no going back. If anyone wants to leave, now's the time. Silence. Harry nodded. Then let's begin. He stepped into the center of the pentagon and raised his arms. The runes on the pedestals flared to life, brilliant blue light connecting each point in a web of power. The bonds in his chest responded, pulling tight, 5 threads suddenly visible as lines of golden energy stretching to each woman. The world shifted. Shared consciousness was nothing like legilimency. When you entered someone's mind through legilimency, you were an invader, seeing memories from the outside, observing without participating. Shared consciousness was different. Harry wasn't looking at their minds. He was inside them, experiencing them, becoming them. 5 perspectives flooded his awareness simultaneously. Daphne. Terror and hope tangled together, memories of captivity overlaid with tentative trust. He felt her childhood, privileged but cold, parents who saw her as an asset rather than a daughter. He felt the moment her father announced she was being given to the Dark Lord, felt her world shatter and rebuild around a single truth. She was property now, nothing more. Narcissa. Layers upon layers of calculation, but beneath them something raw and wounded. He felt her love for Draco, fierce and desperate, and the only pure thing she'd allowed herself in decades. He felt her marriage to Lucius. Not love, but partnership. 2 cold people finding warmth in their son. He felt the bond to Voldemort settle into place and the way she'd learned to hide herself behind walls of ice. Sinistra. Ideology as armor, protecting a core of loneliness so profound it hurt to touch. He felt her childhood in a failing pureblood family, watching magic weaken generation by generation. He felt her conviction that something had to be done, that sacrifice was necessary, that the cause was worth any cost. He felt the first cracks appearing as she watched Harry choose compassion over power. Electo, cruelty as survival mechanism, pain given because pain received had to go somewhere. He felt a childhood of violence, parents who taught her that weakness invited destruction. He felt the satisfaction of hurting others. Not pleasure exactly, but relief, the knowledge that if she was the one causing pain, she wasn't the one feeling it. He felt a tiny spark buried deep, almost extinguished, that remembered what it was like before the armor became permanent. Bellatrix. Chaos and devotion and grief so vast it had hollowed her out. He felt her meeting Tom Riddle, felt the instant certainty that this was who she was meant to serve. He felt decades of trying to be enough, always falling short, always desperate for approval that never came. He felt the binding ritual and the way it twisted her love into obsession, her devotion into dependency. He felt the moment she realized Voldemort would never love her back, and the way she'd buried that knowledge so deep it poisoned everything else. And they felt him. Harry's life poured out through the bonds. Every moment, every choice, every failure and success. The cupboard under the stairs. The first time he held a wand. The troll in the bathroom and the basilisk in the chamber and Cedric's body hitting the ground. Sirius falling through the veil. Dumbledore falling from the tower. Walking into the forest to die. They felt his fear, his loneliness, his desperate need to save everyone even when saving was impossible. They felt the weight of expectations he'd never asked for, the constant pressure of being the chosen one when all he wanted was to be ordinary. They felt the remnant. It rose up in response to the shared consciousness, drawn by the flood of emotion, hungry for the darkness it sensed. Harry felt it pushing against his defenses, trying to break free, trying to corrupt the ritual. "Let me in," it whispered. "Let me help. Together we could make them truly ours. No more resistance. No more conflict. Just perfect unity under our will." But something unexpected happened. The women felt the remnant too. Through the shared consciousness, they experienced it directly, The cold hunger, the calculation, the absolute certainty that power was the only truth. And one by one they recoiled. Daphne, this is what you're fighting? Every day? No wonder you look so tired. Narcissa, it's like him. Exactly like him. How have you not been consumed? Sinistra, I believed in this. I served this. How did I not see how empty it was? Alecto, it wants what I want. That should feel like validation. Why does it feel like condemnation? Bellatrix, he's still there. Part of him. And he still doesn't care about me at all. The remnant screamed. It hadn't expected this. Exposure, vulnerability. 5 minds suddenly seeing it clearly. The comfortable shadows it had hidden in were stripped away. Its nature laid bare. And in the light of 5 connected consciousnesses it looked small. Pathetic. A fragment of something that had never been as powerful as it pretended. No, it howled. No, you can't do this. I am the heir of the Dark Lord. You're a ghost, Harry thought back. A memory that doesn't know it's dead. And you're not welcome here. He pushed. Not alone. 5 wills joined to his. 5 women who'd been touched by Voldemort's cruelty finding common cause against what remained of him. The remnant fought back. But it was outnumbered. Outmatched. Overwhelmed by the combined force of 6 people who refused to let it win. The ritual's power surged. The bonds blazed gold, then white, then a color Harry didn't have a name for. The pentagon of pedestals hummed with energy so intense the stone began to glow. And then something shifted. Harry felt the bonds change. Not break, but transform. The one-directional chains that had linked master to servants became something else. Connections. Bridges. 2-way streets where power and emotion flowed in both directions. He felt Daphne's relief as the weight of ownership lifted from her soul. He felt Narcissa's surprise as she realized she could influence him as much as he could influence her. He felt Sinistra's confusion as her certainties crumbled and rebuilt into something new. He felt Alecto's rage shift, finding a new target. Not Harry, but the remnant. The thing that had fed on her darkness and encouraged her worst impulses. He felt Bellatrix's grief finally find release. Decades of suppressed emotion flooding through the bond because there was nowhere else for it to go. And he felt the remnant weakening, starving, shrinking into a tiny corner of his mind where it couldn't reach the bonds anymore. The ritual completed. Harry opened his eyes to find himself lying on the chamber floor. The pedestals had gone dark. The runes had faded. The 5 women were scattered around the pentagon. Some sitting, some lying down, all looking as drained as Harry felt. Did it work? Daphne's voice was hoarse. Harry reached for the bonds and found something completely different from what had been there before. 5 connections, yes, but no longer chains. More like threads in a tapestry. Distinct but interwoven. Each one leading to someone who was part of him now, and to whom he was equally part. He could feel Daphne's hope, Narcissa's cautious optimism, Sinistra's profound disorientation, Alecto's simmering resentment, still present but somehow cleaner, less poisonous, Bellatrix's exhaustion, and beneath it, for the first time in decades, something like peace. It worked, he said. The observation gallery door burst open. Hermione sprinted in, followed by Bill and a team of goblin healers. Harry, are you? The readings went insane. We thought, I'm fine. Harry sat up slowly, testing his body for damage. Everything ached, but nothing felt broken. We're all fine. Hermione dropped to her knees beside him, checking his vitals with her wand. 6 hours. You were in there for 6 hours. The emotional feedback nearly overloaded the containment wards. It was intense. Intense? Harry, the goblins were talking about evacuating the building. They thought the ritual might collapse the entire cavern. But it didn't. No, it didn't. Hermione sat back, staring at him with something between relief and exasperation. You really need to stop doing things that almost kill you. I'll work on that. Around them, the others were recovering. Bill was helping Narcissa to her feet while one of the goblin healers examined Daphne. Sinistra had managed to stand on her own, though she looked like she might fall over at any moment. Alecto was laughing. Not her usual cruel cackle, but something genuine, almost surprised. "I can feel it," she said to no one in particular. "His hope. His stupid, naive hope. It's disgusting." But she was smiling as she said it. Bellatrix hadn't moved from where she'd fallen. Harry made his way to her, knelt beside her prone form. Her eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. "Bellatrix, I felt everything," she whispered. "Everything you felt about me. The hatred, the pity, the understanding." Tears leaked from the corners of her eyes. "You saw what he did to me, really saw it. And you didn't use it against me. Why would I? Because that's what he would have done. Found my weakness and twisted it. Made me need him more." She finally looked at him. "You're really not him, are you?" "I'm trying not to be." "I know. I felt that too." She reached up and touched his face. Brief, tentative, like she was checking if he was real. "I don't know what to do with this. With any of this. The bond is different and I'm different and everything is different. We figure it out together. That's what partnership means." Partnership. She tested the word like it was a foreign language. "I've never had that before." "Neither have I. We'll learn." Hermione appeared at Harry's shoulder. "We need to get everyone to the surface. The healers want to do proper examinations." "In a minute." Harry helped Bellatrix sit up. "Can you walk?" "Probably. Ask me in a moment." The six of them made their way out of the ritual chamber together. Slowly, supporting each other when necessary. The bonds pulsed between them, new and strange and full of potential. Harry felt the remnant stir in its corner of his mind. Weak but not gone. "This isn't over," it whispered. "I'm still here. I'll always be here." But for the first time, the voice didn't frighten him. The remnant was a fragment, a shadow, a remnant of something that had lost. Harry had an army now, not servants, not slaves, but partners. People who had seen him at his worst and chosen to stand with him anyway. Let the remnant wait. Let it plot. Let it whisper its poison in the dark. Harry wasn't alone anymore, and that made all the difference. Recovery took longer than expected. The ritual had worked, but it had also left all six of them fundamentally altered. The bonds that had once been chains were now something else. Connections so deep that separating completely was impossible. They could feel each other's emotions, sense each other's locations, share thoughts if they chose to. None of them knew what to do with that. Harry spent the first week after the ritual at a secure ministry location. Not arrest, exactly, but supervised recovery. Kingsley had insisted, pointing out that whatever had happened underground had triggered detection wards across half of Britain. The magical world was nervous, and a visible show of cooperation would help calm things down. The women were similarly sequestered. Narcissa returned to Malfoy Manor under monitoring spells. Daphne stayed with the Tonks family. Sinistra was given a sabbatical from Hogwarts pending investigation. Alecto was returned to custody, though in better conditions than before. And Bellatrix was the problem. She couldn't be released, her crimes were too extensive, too public. But she couldn't be imprisoned normally either. The new bonds meant that isolating her caused Harry physical pain, and causing Harry pain made the Ministry very nervous about anything happening to their most famous war hero. "We could house her at a secure Ministry facility," Kingsley suggested during one of their meetings. "Not a prison, but supervised housing. She'd have freedom of movement within defined boundaries, but no contact with the general public. That's still a cage. She murdered people, Harry. Tortured them. Drove the Longbottoms to permanent insanity. The public wants justice. The public wants vengeance. That's not the same thing." Kingsley sighed. "What would you suggest?" Harry had been thinking about this since the ritual. The shared consciousness had shown him things about Bellatrix that the public would never accept. The systematic destruction of a brilliant young witch, the deliberate breaking of her sanity, the transformation of devotion into dependency. She was a victim as much as a perpetrator. But explaining that would require revealing things that should stay private. And the wizarding world wasn't ready to see Bellatrix Lestrange as anything other than a monster. "House arrest," Harry said finally. "At a location I designate." I'll take responsibility for her behavior. You want to keep a mass murderer in your custody. I want to give her a chance to become something other than what he made her. The bonds mean I'll know if she's planning anything dangerous. And the covenant means she's not capable of harming me directly. She could harm others. She could. But she won't. Harry met Kingsley's eyes. I've been inside her head, Minister. I felt what she feels. She's tired. Broken. Whatever she was before the ritual, she's not that anymore. Kingsley studied him for a long moment. You're asking me to trust your judgment on something that could end careers. Mine included. Yes. Why should I? Because I'm the only one who understands what we're dealing with. Because locking her in a cell forever won't help anyone. And because if I'm wrong, I'm the one who pays the price. Harry leaned forward. Give me 6 months. If she causes any problems, any at all, we revisit. But give her a chance. The silence stretched. Then Kingsley nodded slowly. 6 months. 1 incident and she goes back to maximum security. And I want weekly reports on her behavior. Done. I hope you know what you're doing, Harry. So do I, Harry thought. So do I. He found a house. Not the cottage in Devon, that was too small, too isolated for what he needed. This was larger, a proper manor house that had belonged to a defunct pureblood family. The wards were excellent, the grounds were extensive, and most importantly, it had enough space for multiple people to live without constantly being in each other's business. The ministry wasn't happy about him purchasing property. The public wasn't happy about him disappearing from view. The Daily Prophet ran 17 different theories about what he was planning, ranging from building a dark wizard army to retiring from magical society entirely. Harry ignored all of it. He needed a place where the bonded women could gather, if they chose. A neutral ground where they could figure out what the covenant actually meant for their lives. And, if he was honest, a home that wasn't saturated with memories of the war. Daphne came first. It's nice, she said, walking through the entrance hall. Old magic in the walls. Good bones. The Greengrass family owned it about 2 centuries ago. Did you know? No. Something flickered across her face. Should that matter? I don't know. Maybe. The wards might respond to you differently because of the bloodline connection. Daphne ran her hand along the wall, and Harry felt her through the bond. Surprise, then wonder, then something like homecoming. The house recognized her. I felt that, he said. I know. The bonds make privacy difficult. She turned to face him. Is that why you're doing this? Building a place where we can all be together? Because the bonds make separation uncomfortable? Partly, but also because we went through something intense. Something that changes people. It seems wrong to just scatter afterward, pretend it didn't happen. Most people would want to forget. I'm not most people. Daphne smiled, small but genuine. No, you're not. She stayed for dinner. They talked about nothing important, the house, the gardens, the weather. But through the bond Harry felt something shifting. Trust growing slowly. Connection becoming comfortable. It wasn't romantic. Maybe someday it could be, but right now it was simpler than that. 2 people who'd shared something profound, learning how to be in each other's presence without expectation or agenda. Narcissa came next. She surveyed the house with her usual critical eye, suggested several improvements to the ward structure, and then surprised Harry by offering to manage the property's finances. You're terrible with money, she said bluntly. You've spent more on this house than you needed to and gotten less value than you should have. Let me handle the business side. Why? Because the covenant means your prosperity is my prosperity. If you bankrupt yourself through poor financial decisions, I suffer the consequences. A slight smile crossed her face. Also, I'm bored. Managing the Malfoy estates is tedious without any real challenges. Harry found himself laughing. Fine. You're hired. I don't require payment. Then consider it a donation to the cause of keeping me solvent. Their partnership wasn't warm, but it was functional. Narcissa brought competence and strategic thinking. Harry provided direction and final authority. Through the bond, they learned each other's working styles, developed shortcuts for communication, built something that almost resembled mutual respect. Sinistra was harder. She came to the house twice before finally agreeing to stay. Her ideology was shattered but not replaced. She no longer believed in blood purity, but she didn't know what to believe instead. The shared consciousness had shown her too much, challenged too many assumptions. "I spent 40 years certain of my purpose," she said one evening, staring into the fire. "I knew what I was fighting for, who the enemies were, what victory looked like. Now I don't know anything. Maybe that's okay. Maybe certainty was the problem." Easy for you to say. You still have something to fight for. Do I? Harry shrugged. The war is over. Voldemort is gone. The cause I dedicated my life to doesn't exist anymore either. I'm just as lost as you are. Sinistra looked at him with something like surprise. You don't seem lost. I'm good at pretending. It's a survival skill. Aren't they all? She started helping with the house's magical infrastructure. Astronomy wasn't directly relevant, but celestial magic touched on everything. Wards, rituals, timing spells. She found purpose in the work, or at least distraction. Through the bond, Harry felt her slowly rebuilding, constructing new beliefs from the wreckage of old ones. Alecto was released into his custody 3 weeks after the ritual. The ministry hadn't wanted to let her go, but Harry invoked obscure legal provisions about bondholders' rights, and Kingsley backed him grudgingly. She arrived at the house in magical restraints, spitting curses at the Aurors who'd transported her. "Welcome home," Harry said dryly. "This isn't my home. It is now, unless you'd prefer Azkaban." The restraints dissolved as she crossed the threshold. Harry felt her rage through the bond. Familiar, expected, but also something else. Relief? She'd never admit it, but the isolation had been eating at her. "Rules," Harry said before she could move further into the house. "No harming anyone. No dark magic without permission. No leaving the grounds without escort. Break any of these and the deal ends. And if I don't agree, then the Aurors take you back." Alecto's eyes narrowed. Through the bond, Harry felt her calculating, testing boundaries, looking for weaknesses. But she also felt his certainty, his willingness to follow through on the threat. "Fine. Your rules." She smiled unpleasantly. For now, living with Alecto was like living with a snake. She was always watching, always probing, always looking for ways to cause discord. But the Covenant had changed her too, whether she admitted it or not. His hope and determination bled into her through the bond, tempering her cruelty, challenging her assumptions. She started spending time in the gardens. Not working, she wasn't the type, but walking, thinking, being somewhere other than a cell. Harry felt her confusion through the bond, her struggle to understand why she didn't hate everything as much as she used to. Progress came slowly, but it came. And then there was Bellatrix. She arrived last, a month after the ritual. The Aurors who brought her treated her like a bomb that might explode at any moment. She shuffled between them, restrained and diminished. Nothing like the fearsome which had terrorized the magical world. Harry met her at the gate. "Bellatrix. Potter." She looked at the house, at the grounds, at the sky. "It's been a while since I was outside. Real outside. Not a courtyard. How do you feel?" "Like I'm about to shatter into 1,000 pieces." Her voice was flat, exhausted. "The bond is screaming at me. All of them, all at once. I can feel Narcissa's calculation and Daphne's hope and Sinistra's confusion and Alecto's anger. It's too much." "I know. I feel it too." "How do you function?" "Practice. Occlumency helps, but mostly it's just getting used to it." Harry gestured toward the house. "Come inside. We'll find you a room. Get you settled." She didn't move. "Bella, why are you doing this?" Her eyes met his, and there was something raw in them. "Why bring us all here? Why fight so hard to save people who spent years trying to destroy everything you love?" Harry considered the question. He could give her a noble answer, because everyone deserves a second chance, because redemption is always possible, because the bond connects us now and we might as well make the best of it. All of those were true, but they weren't the whole truth. "Because I'm scared," he said finally. The remnant is still in my head. The darkness is still there. And I think if I can help you become something better, maybe that proves I can be something better too. Bellatrix stared at him for a long moment. That's the most selfish reason anyone's ever given for saving me. Probably. I appreciate the honesty. She walked past him toward the house. Show me my room. I need to sleep for about a week. The house became something unexpected. Not a family, they were too broken for that, too different. But something like a community. 6 people bound by magic they'd never asked for. Learning to live together despite histories that should have made it impossible. They had dinner together most nights. At first it was awkward. Long silences, stilted conversation, the constant awareness of old grievances. But the bonds made avoidance impossible. When someone was upset, everyone felt it. When someone was happy, that spread too. Slowly, they started talking. Narcissa told stories about the old pureblood families, the politics and rivalries that had shaped wizarding Britain for centuries. Her perspective was skewed by blood supremacy, but her knowledge was vast, and listening to her helped Harry understand the world he'd been thrown into. Daphne talked about her childhood, the expectations and restrictions of being a pureblood daughter. How she'd learned to be invisible, to not want things that weren't approved. How being sold to Voldemort had been horrifying but not surprising. She'd always known she was an asset, not a person. Sinistra lectured about astronomy, about the way celestial magic influenced everything from weather to prophecy. She'd spent decades teaching bored students who didn't care. Having an audience that actually wanted to learn seemed to energize her. Alecto mostly insulted people, but occasionally let slip fragments of her past. The violence of her childhood, the cruelty she'd absorbed, the armor she'd built to survive. She didn't ask for sympathy and got angry when anyone tried to offer it. But listening seemed to help. And Bellatrix was unpredictable. Some days she was almost normal, eating, talking, participating in whatever activities the house had organized. Other days she withdrew into her room and didn't emerge. The shared consciousness meant Harry felt her spirals, the moments when grief and guilt threatened to overwhelm her. He started visiting her during the bad days. "You don't have to be here," she said the first time, curled on her bed with her back to the door. "I'm not your responsibility. You literally are. The ministry made me your guardian. That's not what I mean, and you know it." Harry sat on the floor beside her bed. Through the bond, he could feel the edges of her despair. The conviction that she was broken beyond repair, that nothing she did could make up for what she'd done, that the world would be better if she simply stopped existing. "I'm not going to give you a pep talk," he said. "You've killed people I cared about. You've done things that can't be undone. If you want to wallow in guilt, I'm not going to stop you. Then why are you here? Because you shouldn't be alone while you feel this way. And because the bond means I feel it too, so I might as well be here in person." Bellatrix turned to look at him. "That's a terrible reason. I specialize in terrible reasons." She almost smiled. "The Dark Lord would have let me suffer, would have enjoyed watching me struggle. I'm not him. I know. I just keep forgetting." They sat in silence for a while. Through the bond, Harry felt her despair slowly shift into something more bearable. Not happiness, not hope, but a kind of tired acceptance. "Thank you," she said eventually, "for not pretending everything is okay. Everything is definitely not okay, but we're alive. We're together. That's something. Is it enough? I don't know. Ask me in a year." 3 months after the ritual, the first challenge arrived. Harry was in the library when he felt it through the bonds. Sharp alertness from Narcissa, surprise from Daphne, something that might have been fear from Sinistra. He was on his feet and moving before his conscious mind caught up. The front hall was crowded. Narcissa stood facing the door, wand drawn. Daphne was behind her, pale and tense. Sinistra had taken a defensive position near the stairs. At the door stood 3 wizards in ministry robes. Mr. Potter, the lead wizard, a tall man with a forgettable face, inclined his head. "We need to speak with you about the women in your custody. You could have sent an owl. This matter requires immediate attention." His eyes flicked to Narcissa. "Mrs. Malfoy, we have questions about your activities during the war." Harry felt Narcissa's spike of fear through the bond, quickly suppressed. "She's already been cleared by the Wiesengemot. New evidence has come to light. The Ministry requires her testimony. Then send a formal summons through proper channels. The Ministry believes proper channels might give her time to prepare. We prefer a more direct approach." Harry understood what was happening. Someone at the Ministry, probably several someones, had decided that his unconventional household arrangement was a threat. Narcissa was the easy target, the one whose past crimes were most documented. Take her into custody, apply pressure, see what information could be extracted. The bonds hummed with tension. 5 women watching, waiting, ready to act if Harry gave the signal. "Show me your warrant," Harry said calmly. "We don't require a warrant for emergency procedures." "Then you don't enter this property." Harry's voice hardened. "Narcissa Malfoy is under my protection. Whatever games you're playing, they end now." The lead wizard's expression flickered. "Mr. Potter, you don't want to obstruct Ministry business. I don't want to tolerate Ministry intimidation either. Leave, file your paperwork, and come back when you have legal authority." Harry stepped forward, and something in his bearing made all 3 wizards shift back. "Or stay and explain to your superiors why you tried to arrest a war hero's household without proper authorization." Silence. Then, grudgingly, the lead wizard nodded. "This isn't over, Potter. The Ministry has concerns about your arrangement here. Those concerns will be addressed. I look forward to the conversation. Now get off my property." They left. Harry waited until the wards confirmed they were beyond the boundary before letting his guard drop. Through the bond, he felt a surge of emotion from the women, gratitude, surprise, something that might have been admiration. "You shouldn't have done that," Narcissa said quietly. "Antagonizing the Ministry was necessary. They were testing us, seeing if we'd cave under pressure. If I'd let them take you, they'd have been back tomorrow for someone else. Still, there will be consequences. There are always consequences." Harry turned to face all of them. "This is going to happen again. People are scared of what we represent. 5 women bound to a wizard who absorbed the Dark Lord. They're going to push until they find our limits." "So what do we do?" Daphne asked. "We push back. Not with violence, that's what they expect, what they want. We push back with legitimacy, build alliances, establish ourselves as productive members of magical society. Make it politically impossible to move against us." "That could take years," Sinistra said. "Then we take years." "I'm not in a hurry." Harry's voice was firm. "We survived Voldemort. We survived the war. We'll survive this too." Through the bond, he felt their responses. Narcissa's strategic calculation, Daphne's nervous hope, Sinistra's grudging respect, Alecto's surprised approval, Bellatrix's fierce loyalty. They'd never be a normal family, but they were something. And that something was worth protecting. The months passed. Harry established a routine. Mornings for research, afternoons for politics, evenings for the household. He accepted invitations to Ministry functions, gave interviews to carefully selected journalists, built a public image of a war hero transitioning to civilian life. The women found their own purposes. Narcissa took over the household's finances completely, tripling their investment returns within the first quarter. She also began quietly rebuilding her social network, reconnecting with pureblood families who'd been neutral during the war. Daphne enrolled in a correspondence course on healing magic. She discovered during the ritual that she had a talent for it, something her parents had never bothered to develop. The work gave her focus, direction, a sense of building toward something. Sinistra returned to Hogwarts on a limited basis, consulting on astronomical research. She wasn't teaching. The school board was nervous about her past affiliations, but her expertise was too valuable to waste entirely. Alecto remained difficult. She didn't fit into the household's emerging patterns, didn't want to help with anything, seemed to exist purely to cause problems. But Harry noticed changes despite her resistance. Fewer cruel comments, longer periods of calm, occasional moments of genuine engagement. Bellatrix was the biggest surprise. She started gardening. Not metaphorically, literally gardening. The house's grounds had been neglected for decades, overgrown with wild magic and mundane weeds alike. Bellatrix took it upon herself to clear them, planting new beds, nurturing tender shoots, creating something beautiful from the chaos. "I don't understand it," she admitted one afternoon, dirt on her hands and sweat on her brow. "I've killed more people than I can count, destroyed things my whole life, and now all I want to do is make things grow." Maybe that's the point. Harry was helping her dig a new bed, though his technique left much to be desired. Making up for destruction. Nothing makes up for what I did. No, but forward is better than stuck. Bellatrix considered this. Through the bond, Harry felt her processing. The guilt that never quite faded, the new determination that had begun to balance it. "The Dark Lord never made anything grow," she said finally. "He just took, consumed, destroyed." A pause. "I don't want to be like that anymore." "Then don't be. Is it really that simple?" "No, but simple doesn't mean easy." She smiled. A real smile, rare and precious, and went back to digging. 6 months after the ritual, Kingsley came to the house. Not with oars, not with warrants. Just him, in civilian robes, looking tired and older than Harry remembered. "The reports are positive," the minister said, accepting a cup of tea from a house elf. "No incidents, no complaints. Whatever you're doing here, it seems to be working. I told you it would. You did. I didn't believe you." Kingsley set down the cup. "The political situation is complicated. There are factions in the ministry that want to move against you, claim the household is a front for dark magic, demand inspections, find excuses to break it up. I know. We've been dealing with their interference for months. It's going to get worse. The 1-year anniversary of the Battle of Hogwarts is coming up. The public will be focused on the war, on victory, on the people who fought. And some of those people are asking why Bellatrix Lestrange is living comfortably in a manor house instead of rotting in Azkaban." Harry felt Bellatrix's spike of fear through the bond, quickly suppressed. She was in the garden, pretending not to listen. "What do you suggest?" "Public appearance. Memorial ceremony at Hogwarts. Show people that you're still on their side, that the household hasn't changed you." Kingsley hesitated. "Bring the women. Let people see them as something other than monsters." "That's risky." "Everything is risky. This might actually help." Harry considered it. Public exposure was dangerous. The women weren't ready for that kind of scrutiny, and the reactions they'd face could set back months of progress. But hiding forever wasn't an option either. "I'll discuss it with them," he said finally. "It has to be their choice." "Fair enough." Kingsley rose to leave. "For what it's worth, Harry, I think you're doing something important here. Something that might matter more than anything you did in the war." "What's that?" "Proving that people can change. That bonds don't have to be chains." The minister's eyes were serious. "The magical world has been defined by rigid categories for too long. Light and dark, pure and impure. Us and them. Maybe it's time to show there's another way." He left Harry alone with his thoughts, and 5 women scattered through the house, all of whom had heard every word through the bonds. The household meeting that night lasted for hours. In the end, they decided together. They would go to Hogwarts. They would face the public. They would show the world what they had become. Whatever came next, they would face it as partners. The anniversary ceremony was held on the Hogwarts grounds, near the rebuilt section of the castle where the final battle had been fought. Thousands attended: students, families, ministry officials, journalists, and ordinary witches and wizards who wanted to pay their respects. Harry arrived with all 5 women. The crowd's reaction was immediate. Gasps, whispers, pointed fingers. People who'd come to honor the dead now staring at Bellatrix Lestrange in something like horror. Harry felt the bonds surge with anxiety. Daphne's hands were shaking. Narcissa's composure was rigid. Sinistra looked like she wanted to disappear. Alecto's jaw was clenched against the urge to curse someone. And Bellatrix, Bellatrix was staring at the castle with tears streaming down her face. "I helped destroy this," she whispered. "I remember. I was laughing while it burned." "I know." Harry took her hand, not caring who saw. "But it's rebuilt now. Things get rebuilt." She didn't respond, but she didn't pull away either. The ceremony began. Kingsley gave a speech about sacrifice and remembrance. Names were read. Every person who died in the Battle of Hogwarts, from students to teachers to Order members. When Sirius Black's name was called, Harry felt Bellatrix flinch. When Fred Weasley's name was called, he saw the Weasley family in the front row, saw George's empty expression, saw Molly's grief that would never fully heal. When Nymphadora Tonks and Remus Lupin were named together, Andromeda clutched Teddy closer and Narcissa's composure cracked for just a moment. So many dead. So much lost. And the women beside Harry had been part of the cause. They were fighting for the wrong side, the remnant whispered. And now you're trying to rehabilitate them. Make them respectable. Pretend the blood doesn't matter. Shut up, Harry thought. The blood matters. That's why we're here. The reading of names ended. Then, unexpectedly, Kingsley called Harry to the podium. Harry walked forward, feeling every eye on him. He'd prepared remarks, safe words about unity and healing. But standing there, looking out at the crowd, the anger, the fear, the grief that hadn't faded, something different wanted to come out. "I absorbed Voldemort's soul," he said, and the crowd went silent. "His memories, his power, everything he was is inside me now. I could lie about it, but you deserve the truth." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Harry pressed on. "The women with me today were his followers. Some willingly, some not. All of them did terrible things during the war. Things that can't be undone." He paused. "I'm not going to pretend they were secretly good all along. They weren't. But people can change. The war proved that. We saw people choose differently when it mattered most." His eyes found Narcissa in the crowd. "Narcissa Malfoy saved my life in the Forbidden Forest. Lied to Voldemort's face so I could defeat him. Then Bellatrix. Bellatrix Lestrange killed my godfather and tortured my friends. And she spent 6 months building a garden, creating life instead of destroying it. Then the others. The bonds between us weren't chosen. They were forced by magic older than any of us. But what we do with those bonds, that's our choice. We chose transformation over tyranny, partnership over domination." Harry turned back to the crowd. "I'm not asking you to forgive them. Some things can't be forgiven. I'm asking you to give them the chance to become something different. The same chance you gave me when you believed a baby could defeat the darkest wizard in history." Silence. Then, from somewhere in the crowd, applause. Sparse at first, then growing. Not enthusiastic. Many people were clearly uncomfortable, but enough. The ceremony concluded. People drifted away, many giving Harry's group a wide berth. But some approached, talked, listened. Luna Lovegood hugged Daphne and told her about a rare plant she discovered in the Amazon. Neville Longbottom nodded stiffly at Bellatrix and said, "My grandmother told me about mercy. I'm trying to understand it." Even Ron and Hermione, who'd been keeping distance for months, came forward. "That was brave," Hermione said quietly. "Stupid, but brave. My specialty. Are you okay? Really?" Harry looked at the 5 women scattered through the crowd, each navigating their own conversations, their own confrontations. Through the bond, he felt their mix of terror and hope, their uncertainty about the future. "I don't know," he admitted, "but we're trying. That has to count for something." Hermione squeezed his hand. "It counts for everything." They returned to the house that evening, exhausted and emotionally raw. Nobody spoke much. The bonds carried everything that needed to be said. But later, after dark, they gathered in the garden. Harry's garden now, though Bellatrix had done most of the work. The new beds were filled with flowers that glowed faintly in the moonlight. The wild magic had been tamed, channeled into growth instead of chaos. "It was harder than I expected," Daphne said quietly. "Facing people, seeing how they looked at us. They were scared," Narcissa observed. Fear makes people ugly. We gave them reason to be scared, Sinistra said. We can't pretend otherwise. No, but we can give them reasons to stop being scared. Harry looked around at all of them. Former enemies, current partners, something complicated that didn't have a proper name. This is just the beginning. There's going to be more resistance, more challenges, more people who want us to fail. And if we do fail? Alecto asked. Her voice was strange. Not hostile, just tired. Then we fail together. Harry felt the bonds pulse between them. 6 souls connected by magic, they'd transformed. But I don't plan to fail. We've come too far, worked too hard, changed too much. We're gonna make something good out of this mess. I don't know what exactly, but something. Bellatrix laughed softly. The Dark Lord would be horrified. His power, his legacy, his brides. All of it being used to grow flowers and give speeches about mercy. Good, Harry said. Being the opposite of him is the whole point. They sat together in the garden until the moon set. 6 people who shouldn't have been able to coexist, finding something that almost resembled peace. The remnant was silent. Maybe weakened, maybe just waiting. But for now, in this moment, it didn't matter. They had survived. They had chosen each other. They had something to build. That was enough to start with. Chapter 4. Fractures. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, carried by a ministry owl that looked like it had been flying for days. Harry was in the library when Narcissa brought it to him, her expression carefully blank in a way that meant trouble. Through the bond, he felt her unease, sharp and controlled, but definitely present. This came for you. The seal is International Confederation. Harry took the letter and broke the wax. The parchment inside was thick, expensive, covered in formal script that took him a moment to parse. They want me to appear before the International Confederation of Wizards, he said slowly, to address concerns about, let me see, the unprecedented magical anomaly resulting from the absorption of a dark wizard's soul, and the subsequent binding of multiple witches through non-consensual magical contracts. Non-consensual. Narcissa's voice was dry. How diplomatic of them. They're giving me 30 days to prepare testimony. Refusal to appear will result in appropriate measures to ensure magical security across member nations. Meaning they'll declare you a threat and authorize action against you. That's how I'm reading it. Harry set the letter down and rubbed his eyes. They'd been dealing with domestic pressure for months. Ministry factions, suspicious journalists, families of victims who wanted justice. But this was different. The International Confederation had authority that crossed borders, resources that dwarfed the British ministry. If they decided Harry Potter was a danger to the magical world, hiding wouldn't be an option. Through the bond, he felt the others reacting to his stress. Daphne's anxiety spiked. Sinistra's analytical mind started racing through scenarios. Alecto's familiar anger flared. And Bellatrix was in the garden, but he felt her stop what she was doing. Felt her attention focus entirely on him. They're coming for us, she sent through the bond. Not words exactly, but the meaning was clear. Maybe, maybe not. We don't know their intentions yet. I know their intentions. I spent 30 years watching the Dark Lord deal with international pressure. They're scared, and scared people attack. Harry couldn't argue with that. The household meeting that night was tense. They gathered in the sitting room, a space that had become their unofficial council chamber over the months. Narcissa had arranged the furniture so everyone could see everyone else, with Harry's chair at the head of the rough circle. The Confederation's authority is limited, Narcissa began, ever the strategist. They can investigate, recommend sanctions, even authorize military action in extreme cases. But they can't compel testimony from a British citizen without ministry cooperation. Would the ministry cooperate? Daphne asked. Kingsley wouldn't want to, but the political pressure might force his hand. Narcissa's lips thinned. There are factions that would love an excuse to move against us. International backing would give them cover. So we fight, Alecto said. Her voice held an edge of eagerness that made Harry uncomfortable. We have resources, power. We could start a war, Harry cut in, which is exactly what some people want. a dark wizard who absorbed Voldemort's soul, resisting international authority with his bound servants. He shook his head. That's a story that writes itself, and we lose in every version. Then what do we do? Sinistra asked. Roll over and let them take us apart? We go. We testify. We show them what we actually are instead of what they're afraid we might be. Silence. That's incredibly risky, Narcissa said carefully. Less risky than the alternative. If we refuse, they'll assume the worst. If we fight, they'll be right to assume the worst. The only path that doesn't end in disaster is cooperation. The Dark Lord never cooperated with anyone, Bellatrix said quietly. She'd been silent until now, sitting in the corner with her hands folded in her lap. He saw any compromise as weakness. And look where that got him. Dead. Yes. She met Harry's eyes. I'm not saying we should fight. I'm saying, this is new for me. Choosing not to fight. It feels wrong, even though I know it's right. Harry felt the complexity of her emotions through the bond, the old instincts warring with new understanding, the difficulty of unlearning decades of conditioning. It feels wrong for me too, he admitted. Part of me wants to tell them all to go to hell. But that part, he hesitated. That part sounds a lot like the remnant. The room went still. It's been quiet lately, Harry continued, since the ritual, but it's still there in the back of my mind. And every time I consider aggressive action, I feel it wake up a little, like it's waiting for me to choose violence. So we choose the opposite, Daphne said slowly. Not because it's easy, but because it's the choice the remnant wouldn't make. Exactly. Narcissa nodded, her strategic mind visibly adjusting to the new framework. Then we need to prepare. Testimony, evidence, character witnesses. We need to control the narrative before someone else does. I can help with that, Sinistra offered. I have contacts in the international academic community. Researchers who might be willing to vouch for the scientific validity of the Transformation Covenant. And I know people in the old families across Europe, Narcissa added. Some of them owe me favors. Political support from the right quarters could make a significant difference. I know people too, Alecto said. Everyone turned to look at her. What? I'm not completely useless. Before the war, she gestured vaguely. I had a network. Some of them are probably still alive. Your network was Death Eaters, Daphne pointed out. My network was people who understood how power works. Not all of them were monsters. A pause. Some of them were just scared, like I was. Maybe they'd appreciate hearing that there's another option. It was the most self-aware thing Harry had ever heard Alecto say. Through the bond, he felt her surprise at her own words, like she hadn't realized what she was going to say until it came out. Do it, he said, carefully, but do it. Alecto nodded, something complicated passing across her face. They divided up tasks and set timelines. By midnight, they had the outline of a plan. It wasn't perfect, too many variables, too many things that could go wrong. But it was something. As the others drifted off to bed, Bellatrix lingered. You didn't ask what I could contribute, she said. I didn't want to put you on the spot. Because you're protecting me. Like always. She moved closer, and Harry felt the bond between them pulse with something warm and complicated. I'm not fragile, Harry. Whatever I was before the ritual, I'm stronger now. I know you're strong. That's not why I held back. Then why? Harry considered how to answer. Through the bond, he could feel her need to be useful, to contribute something beyond gardening and gradual healing. But he could also feel her fear, the worry that anything she did would make things worse, that her reputation would taint whatever she touched. Because you've already contributed more than anyone, he said finally. You were the hardest case, the one everyone said was impossible, and you chose to change anyway. That's going to matter more than any political maneuvering. Pretty words. True words. Bellatrix studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Harry froze. In 6 months of living together, they'd barely touched beyond necessity. The bond created intimacy, but physical contact remained rare, charged with too much history. "Thank you," she whispered against his shoulder, "for not giving up on me. I couldn't." His arms came up slowly, returning the embrace. "The bond wouldn't let me. The bond doesn't make you sit with me when I'm spiraling. Doesn't make you defend me to the ministry. Doesn't make you believe I can be better when I can barely believe it myself. Then maybe I just wanted to." She pulled back, and Harry saw tears on her cheeks. The woman who'd laughed while torturing his friends, crying over a simple hug. "I'm going to help," she said firmly. "I don't know how yet, but I'll figure something out. I'm tired of being the one who needs saving." "You don't need saving. You needed time. There's a difference." She left without responding, but through the bond he felt her resolve crystallizing into something new. Purpose, maybe. Direction. The remnant stirred in the back of his mind. Touching, it whispered. Truly touching. The monster reformed. The hero redeemed. Everyone living happily ever after. Shut up. You think facing the Confederation will be like facing the ministry? Local politicians afraid of bad press? The ICW has handled actual Dark Lords. They won't be swayed by pretty speeches and tearful hugs. Then we'll give them something else. What? Evidence that you've been playing house with war criminals? That you've created a power structure that concentrates dangerous magic in one person with no oversight? They'll see exactly what they expect to see. A threat that needs to be contained. Harry pushed the voice away, burying it under layers of occlumency. But he couldn't quite silence the kernel of truth in its words. The Confederation wasn't going to be easy, and he wasn't sure they could win. The next 3 weeks were chaos. Harry threw himself into preparation with an intensity that worried even Hermione. He studied ICW protocols, memorized past rulings, practiced testimony until he could recite it in his sleep. Narcissa coached him on political maneuvering, Sinistra on academic credibility, even Electo on reading hostile audiences. The women had their own tasks. Narcissa's European contacts proved valuable. Several prominent families agreed to send letters of support, and 2 offered to provide representatives at the hearing. Sinistra's academic connections yielded 3 researchers willing to testify about the theoretical soundness of the Transformation Covenant. Even Electo's careful outreach produced results. 2 former Death Eaters who'd rebuilt their lives quietly, willing to speak about redemption if their identities were protected. Daphne worked on something different. "I've been researching the original binding contracts," she told Harry one evening, spreading papers across his desk. "The magic Voldemort used to create the bonds. I found something interesting." "Interesting how?" "The contracts have escape clauses." Daphne pointed at a section of cramped text. "Hidden ones, probably unintentional. The magic allows for dissolution if all parties agree and the central holder, that's you, willingly relinquishes claim." Harry stared at the text. "I've been looking for a way to break the bonds for months. Are you saying I could have done it this whole time?" "Not exactly. The dissolution requires more than just agreement. It requires sacrifice. Specifically, the central holder has to give up something of equivalent value to what was taken." She hesitated. "In your case, that would mean giving up the power you absorbed. All of it. Voldemort's magic. His knowledge. His abilities. Everything that makes you more than you were before the forest." Daphne met his eyes. "You'd go back to being normal." Normal. Harry tried to imagine it, losing the constant whisper of the remnant, losing the vast reservoir of magical knowledge, losing the power that had made him one of the most formidable wizards alive. Going back to being just Harry Potter, talented but ordinary. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because the Confederation is going to ask about the bonds. They're going to want to know why you haven't broken them, why you're keeping 5 women tied to you against their will." Daphne's voice was careful. "If you can show them that the bonds aren't truly permanent, that there's an option for dissolution, it changes the narrative. From dark wizard holding slaves to complicated arrangement that everyone's choosing to maintain." "Exactly." Harry sat with the information for a long moment. The escape clause was a gift, leverage he could use to defuse the Confederation's concerns. But using it would also mean admitting that he'd been keeping the women bound by choice. His choice in the end. They'd chosen the covenant, but he'd never told them there was another option. Did you tell the others? Not yet. I wanted to discuss it with you first. Because you knew I'd been holding back. Daphne didn't answer, but through the bond he felt her confirmation. She'd suspected for months that there was more to the bonds than Harry had revealed. The shared consciousness during the ritual had given her glimpses of his doubts. His fears, the parts of himself he kept hidden even from his partners. I didn't know about the escape clause, Harry said slowly. But I knew there might be options I wasn't exploring. I was afraid. Afraid of what? That if I found a way to break the bonds, I'd have no excuse to keep you all together. No magical justification for this. Whatever we've built. He laughed bitterly. Selfish, right? After all my speeches about choice and partnership. Human, Daphne corrected. You wanted a family. You built one the only way you knew how. That's not selfish, it's desperate. And understandable. Does it change how you feel? Knowing I might have kept you bound when there was another way. Daphne considered the question. Through the bond, Harry felt her weighing possibilities, examining her own emotions with the careful precision that defined her. No, she said finally, because even if you'd offered the escape clause from the beginning, I wouldn't have taken it. You don't know that. I do. The bond isn't why I stay, Harry. The bond is why I started staying. But now, she gestured around the room, at the house that had become home. Now I stay because I want to, because you gave me something I never had before. People who see me as a person, not an asset. The others might feel differently. They might. That's their right. Daphne stood, gathering her papers. But I think you underestimate them. We've all been through things that should have broken us. The bonds didn't save us, you did. The bonds just made it possible. She left Harry alone with his thoughts and a document that could change everything. He told the others that night. The reactions were complicated. Narcissa's expression went carefully blank as Harry explained the escape clause, the calculations visible behind her eyes. Through the bond, he felt her weighing options, freedom against security, independence against the support structure they'd built. You've known about this since the ritual, she said. Not a question. I suspected. I didn't know the specifics until Daphne's research. And you didn't tell us because? Because I was afraid you'd leave. Harry forced himself to meet her eyes. Because I was selfish. Because I convinced myself that the covenant was enough, that offering equality made up for not offering freedom. Narcissa was silent for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed. You really are nothing like him, she said. The Dark Lord would never have admitted weakness, would never have given us information we could use against him. She shook her head. I'm not leaving, Harry. The escape clause changes nothing for me. Why? Because alone. I'm a disgraced Death Eater with a ruined reputation and a son who can barely look at me. Here I'm part of something. I have purpose, influence, people who actually value my contributions. Her voice softened slightly. And because Draco needs me stable. The bond helps with that. Alecto's reaction was harsher. You kept us in chains because you were scared of being alone? Her voice dripped with contempt. After all your speeches about choice and partnership? Yes. At least you admit it. Alecto paced the room, her familiar restless energy crackling through the bond. I should be furious. Should demand the dissolution immediately, just to spite you. You could. I wouldn't stop you. No, you wouldn't. That's the problem. She stopped pacing and stared at him. I want to hate you for this. I really do. But I can't, because you're standing there accepting whatever I throw at you instead of defending yourself. Should I defend myself? No. Alecto's voice cracked. That's not. I don't know what I want. Okay? I've spent my whole life knowing exactly what I wanted: power, control, the satisfaction of making others fear me. Now I feel your hope leaking through the bond every day, and I can't even properly hate you. Through the bond, Harry felt the turmoil beneath her anger. Confusion, fear. something that might have been growth struggling to take root. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, "for not telling you sooner, for making the choice for you. Your apologies don't fix anything. I know, but they're still true." Alecto made a frustrated sound and stormed out of the room. Harry felt her presence in the bond. Not leaving the house, just needing space. Sinistra's response was more measured. "The escape clause requires your sacrifice," she said thoughtfully. "You'd have to give up everything you absorbed." "Yes. And you'd do that? If we all wanted dissolution?" Harry considered the question carefully. The power he'd inherited was immense. Knowledge, magic, abilities that made him one of the most formidable wizards alive. Giving it up would mean vulnerability, weakness, going back to being just another wizard in a world full of dangers. But it would also mean freedom. From the Remnant's whispers, from the constant weight of Voldemort's memories, from the fear of becoming something he wasn't. "Yes," he said finally. "If that's what you all wanted, I'd do it. Even though it would leave you defenseless against the Remnant? The Remnant is weakened. The Covenant starved it. Without the bonds feeding it dark emotion, without the power it drew from." Harry paused, a new thought forming. "Without the power it drew from me." Sinistra nodded, following his logic. "The Remnant isn't just a fragment of Voldemort's soul. It's tied to the magic you absorbed. If you gave up the magic, it might go with it." The possibility hung in the air. Harry had assumed the Remnant was permanent, a burden he'd carry forever. But if it was connected to the absorbed power, dissolution might destroy it entirely. Freedom from the bonds and freedom from the darkness in his head. The cost. Everything that made him powerful. "I need to think about this," Harry said. "We all do. But for now, we focus on the Confederation. Whatever we decide about the bonds can wait until after." The others agreed, though the bond hummed with unspoken tension. They had a month to prepare for international scrutiny, and now they also had an impossible choice hanging over them. Harry retreated to his room and stared at the ceiling until dawn. "You'd really give it up?" The Remnant whispered. "All this power? All this knowledge? Just to be rid of me? In a heartbeat. Liar. You love being powerful. You love knowing things others don't. You love having people look at you with fear and respect. I love being able to protect the people I care about. There's a difference, is there? When the protection requires power, and the power requires me." Harry didn't have an answer. The Remnant laughed softly and faded into silence. Bellatrix found him in the garden at sunrise. She was carrying 2 cups of tea, her hair pulled back in a practical braid that made her look almost normal, almost sane. "You didn't sleep," she said, handing him a cup. "Neither did you. I never sleep well. You know that." She settled onto the bench beside him, looking out over the flower beds she'd created. "The others are worried. I can feel it through the bonds. Everyone processing the escape clause, wondering what it means. And you? I'm wondering why you look so relieved." Harry turned to face her. Through the bond, he felt her attention. Focused, intent, nothing like the scattered chaos of her worst days. "Relieved? You told us something you were ashamed of. Admitted you'd been selfish, that you'd kept options from us. And now you look." She tilted her head. "Lighter. Like you put down something heavy. I've been carrying that secret for months. It felt like lying, even though I never technically lied. The Dark Lord lied constantly. Manipulation was his primary language." Bellatrix sipped her tea. "You're bad at deception. It was eating you alive." "I noticed." "Good. It means you haven't changed as much as you're afraid of." She set down her cup and turned to face him fully. "I'm not taking the escape clause, Harry. Bella, let me finish." Her voice was firm. "Before the ritual, I was broken, shattered into pieces by 30 years of serving someone who saw me as a tool. The bond forced us together, but you chose to put me back together. You sat with me through my worst moments. You believed I could be better when I'd forgotten what better even looked like. That doesn't mean you owe me. I don't owe you anything. That's the point." Bellatrix's eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. I'm staying because I choose to. Because this bond, this household, this ridiculous family we've built. It's the first good thing I've ever been part of. And I'm not walking away from it just because walking is an option. Harry felt her conviction through the bond, solid and real in a way that surprised him. The old Bellatrix had been fervent in her devotion too, but that had been obsession, dependency, the desperate need to belong to something greater than herself. This was different. This was choice. What about the others? He asked. Alecto's furious. Narcissa's calculating. Sinistra's analyzing everything. If they decide to leave, then they leave. And we figure out what that means for the rest of us. Bellatrix smiled slightly. But I don't think they will. We've all seen inside each other's heads, remember? We know things about each other that no one else knows. That creates connections that don't break easily. Even when those connections were forced? Everything important in my life was forced. The bond to Voldemort, the mark on my arm, the choices I made to survive. But you taught me something, Harry. Forced beginnings don't have to mean forced endings. We can choose what to do with what we've been given. She stood up, collecting both empty cups. Come inside. The others are gathering and we need to talk strategy. The Confederation isn't going to be impressed by emotional breakthroughs. Harry followed her into the house, feeling something shift in his chest. The weight of secrets was still there, but lighter now. Whatever came next, at least they were facing it honestly. The Confederation hearing was held in Geneva. The venue was a vast chamber beneath the Swiss Alps, carved from living stone and protected by wards that predated the founding of Hogwarts. Representatives from 47 nations filled the galleries, their expressions ranging from curious to hostile. Harry entered alone as protocol required. The women waited in an antechamber, connected through the bonds but physically separate. He could feel their support. Narcissa's strategic focus, Daphne's quiet hope, Sinistra's analytical attention, Alecto's simmering defiance, Bellatrix's fierce protectiveness. You've got this, Daphne sent through the bond. We'll see. The supreme mugwump, an ancient which from Uganda named Adiz Okonkwo, called the chamber to order. Harry James Potter, you stand before the International Confederation of Wizards to address concerns regarding your magical status and the bonds you hold over 5 witches. How do you plead? I'm not aware of any charges requiring a plea, Madam Mugwump. A ripple of surprise went through the galleries. Harry felt the remnant stir with satisfaction at the challenge. But this was calculated, not impulsive. Narcissa had coached him. Never accept the prosecution's framing. This is not a criminal proceeding, Okonkwo said after a moment. It is an inquiry. You are not accused, you are questioned. Then I welcome the questions. I have nothing to hide. The inquiry began. For 3 hours, representatives grilled Harry about every aspect of his situation. The absorption of Voldemort's soul. How had it happened? What had he gained? What were the risks? The bonds. How had they formed? What control did he have? Why hadn't he broken them? His household. What was the purpose? What were the relationships? What were the implications for magical security? Harry answered everything honestly. He described the forest, the curse, the merger of souls. He explained the bonds, their history, their transformation through the covenant. He talked about the remnant, its whispers, its influence, its weakening as the bonds lost their poisonous nature. When he mentioned the escape clause, the chamber went silent. You're saying the bonds can be dissolved, a German representative said slowly. That you could free these women at any time. If all parties agree and I sacrifice the absorbed power, yes. And you haven't done this because? Because they chose to maintain the bonds. Because the covenant transformed slavery into partnership. Because... Harry paused, choosing his words carefully. Because I was afraid that offering complete freedom would mean losing the family we'd built. I was selfish, and I admit that. More murmuring. Harry felt the mood in the chamber shifting. Not friendly exactly, but less hostile than before. His honesty was disarming them. We would like to hear from the women in question, Okonkwo said finally. They will be called individually to offer testimony. Harry nodded and stepped back as Narcissa was brought forward first. She was magnificent, 20 years of pure-blood politics had prepared her for exactly this kind of arena. She answered questions with precision, acknowledged her crimes with appropriate gravity, and described her transformation under the Covenant with clinical detail that left no room for doubt. The bonds were a violation, she concluded. No one should be bound against their will. But what Mr. Potter has done with that violation, transforming control into partnership, choosing healing over exploitation, that is something I have never seen before. I stay bound not because I must, but because the bond has become something worth keeping. Daphne went next, her quiet sincerity cutting through the chamber's skepticism. She described being sold by her father, the terror of captivity, the unexpected kindness of her new situation. I was property before Harry Potter absorbed the bonds, she said. I'm a person now. That's his doing, not the magic's. Sinistra was more complex. She acknowledged her ideological past, explained her crisis of faith, described the slow process of building new beliefs from the wreckage of old ones. I believed in things that were wrong, she admitted. I participated in evil because I convinced myself it was necessary. Mr. Potter showed me another way, not through force or manipulation but through example. I stay because I want to understand how he does it, how he chooses good when power makes evil so easy. Electo. She strode to the testimony position with her familiar aggression, glaring at the assembled representatives like she was daring them to challenge her. I've done terrible things, she said flatly. Worse than most of you can imagine. The bond didn't make me do them, I chose them. I enjoyed them. The chamber went cold. Harry felt the mood turning dangerous. But, Electo continued, that's not who I am anymore. Not entirely. The Covenant, whatever it did, it let Potter's ridiculous hope infect me. I feel it every day through the bond. His stupid belief that people can change, that the past doesn't have to define the future. She laughed harshly. I hate it, but I can't deny it's working. You're saying you've reformed? A skeptical French representative asked. I'm saying I'm different. Reform sounds too neat, too finished. I'm a work in progress. A messy, angry, difficult work in progress. Electo's jaw tightened. But I'm choosing to progress. That's more than I've ever done before. Finally, Bellatrix. She approached the testimony position slowly, and Harry felt the entire chamber tense. This was the notorious Bellatrix Lestrange. Torturer, murderer, the Dark Lord's most faithful servant. Whatever the others had said, she was the real test. I killed Harry Potter's godfather, she began. I tortured Alice and Frank Longbottom into insanity. I murdered Dobby the house elf. I participated in countless atrocities that I justified as service to my lord. The chamber was utterly silent. I was insane, not metaphorically, literally. The binding ritual Voldemort used on me destroyed my ability to think clearly, to question, to feel anything except devotion to him. I was a weapon, and I was proud of it. Her voice cracked slightly. Then Harry Potter absorbed the bonds and everything changed. Not instantly. I fought him at first, hated him, wanted him dead. But the Covenant connected us in ways I couldn't block. I felt his grief over the people I'd killed. I felt his determination to help me anyway. I felt his hope that I could be something other than a monster. She looked directly at the Supreme Mugwump. I'm not reformed. I'm not redeemed. What I did can never be forgiven, and I don't ask forgiveness. But I'm trying to be different. I'm building a garden. I'm learning to create instead of destroy. I'm choosing, every day, to be something better than what I was. A tear slid down her cheek. Harry Potter gave me that choice. The bonds gave me that choice. I'm not going to walk away from the first good thing I've ever been part of, just because walking is an option. The deliberations took 4 hours. Harry waited in the antechamber with the others, the bonds humming with shared tension. None of them spoke. Words seemed inadequate after what they'd just experienced. When the summons finally came, Harry returned to the chamber alone. Okonkwo's expression was unreadable. The International Confederation of Wizards has considered the testimony presented today, she said formally. We have reviewed the magical evidence. consulted with experts, and debated extensively among ourselves. Harry braced himself. We find that the bonds established by Tom Riddle were created through dark magic that violated the fundamental rights of the witches in question. However, we also find that the transformation covenant performed by Mr. Potter has fundamentally altered the nature of these bonds, converting non-consensual binding into something closer to voluntary partnership. She paused. Furthermore, we acknowledge that an escape clause exists which allows for complete dissolution of the bonds, and that Mr. Potter has made this option available to all parties. The choice to maintain the bonds appears to be genuine, supported by testimony and magical verification. Harry started to relax. However, the word hung in the air. The Confederation cannot ignore the potential threat posed by a wizard who has absorbed the soul and power of a Dark Lord. Regardless of Mr. Potter's apparent good intentions, the precedent is deeply concerning. We therefore impose the following conditions. Harry listened as Okonkwo outlined the requirements. Annual reviews of his status, regular reporting on the bonds and the remnant, restrictions on certain types of magic, limitations on political activity in member nations. It wasn't everything they'd wanted, but it wasn't destruction either. These conditions will be reviewed in 5 years, Okonkwo concluded. If Mr. Potter has demonstrated continued stability and positive contribution to the magical community, they may be relaxed. If circumstances change for the worse, they will be strengthened. She met Harry's eyes. Do you accept these terms? Harry thought about refusing. The remnant whispered that he should, that accepting oversight was accepting chains, that power should answer to no one. He ignored it. I accept. The chamber exhaled collectively. The inquiry was over. They returned to Britain that evening, exhausted but intact. The house felt different now, still home but tested. They'd stood before the world and defended what they'd built. They'd won, sort of. 5 years of oversight, Narcissa mused as they gathered in the sitting room. Annual reviews. Magical monitoring. It's better than we feared, Daphne pointed out. It's a leash, Alecto countered. A long one, but still a leash. A leash we can work with, Sinistra said practically. 5 years is enough time to establish ourselves properly. Build alliances, demonstrate value, become too integrated to easily remove. Political thinking, Narcissa approved. You're learning. I had good teachers. Harry listened to them strategize, feeling something warm spread through his chest. They were planning together, building together. Whatever the Confederation thought, whatever oversight they imposed, this group of broken people had become something functional. Bellatrix caught his eye across the room. Thank you, she sent through the bond. For everything. Thank me in 5 years. When we've proven them wrong. Her smile was small but real. It's a date. That night Harry dreamed. Not the usual nightmares, memories of death and darkness. The remnant's attempts to influence his subconscious. This was different. Quieter. He stood in the forbidden forest at the spot where everything had changed. But instead of fear, he felt peace. The trees around him were alive with magic, their branches reaching toward a sky full of stars. You did well today. He turned. A figure stood in the shadows, familiar but impossible. Dumbledore. The old headmaster stepped into the starlight, his eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. A dream, Harry. Nothing more. Your mind processing the day's events. You're not real. Does that matter? You're talking to yourself, essentially. Perhaps the part of yourself that still needs guidance. Harry considered this. Dream Dumbledore or not, the company was welcome after everything he'd been through. I wasn't sure we'd survive the inquiry, he admitted. The Confederation could have declared us threats, authorized action. We were at their mercy. And instead they showed mercy. Unexpected. Surprising, at least. Dream Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. You know, Harry, I spent decades accumulating power, acquiring influence, gathering knowledge, positioning myself to shape events. And in the end, all of it mattered less than the choices made by ordinary people in extraordinary moments. Is that supposed to be a lesson? It's supposed to be a perspective. The women you've bound yourself to, they were weapons, tools, pawns in someone else's game. You gave them agency. Let them choose their own paths. That matters more than all the political maneuvering in the world. The remnant thinks I'm weak, that I should use the power instead of sharing it. The remnant is wrong. Power shared is power multiplied. Trust creates strength that force never can. Harry looked up at the stars. I might dissolve the bonds, give up the absorbed power, become ordinary again. Would that be so terrible? I don't know. I've been extraordinary since I was a year old. I don't know who I am without the destiny and the prophecy and the fate of the world on my shoulders. Dream Dumbledore smiled gently. Perhaps it's time to find out. The forest began to fade, the stars dimming into ordinary darkness. One more thing, Harry. Yes. You asked once if it hurt. Dying. The old wizard's form was becoming transparent. The answer is no. But living well, despite everything. That's the hard part. You're doing wonderfully. Harry woke to morning light and the sound of someone making tea downstairs. The dream faded, but the feeling remained. Hope, maybe, or something close to it. Chapter 5. The Reckoning. The attack came without warning. Harry was in the library when the ward screamed. Not the polite chime of an expected visitor, but the shrieking alarm that meant hostile intrusion. He was on his feet with his wand drawn before the sound finished, already feeling the others through the bonds. Narcissa, sharp alertness moving toward defensive positions. Daphne, fear quickly controlled, reaching for her own wand. Sinistra, calculating, assessing threat vectors. Alecto, fierce anticipation, finally something she understood. Bellatrix, cold fury, and something else, recognition. I know these signatures she sent through the bond. Death Eaters. The old guard. Harry sprinted toward the front of the house. Through the windows, he could see them. At least 20 figures in black robes, masks gleaming in the afternoon sun. They'd breached the outer wards and were working on the inner layers. Everyone to the Great Hall. He called out loud, knowing the bonds would carry the urgency even if his voice didn't reach. We make our stand there. The women converged from different parts of the house. Narcissa had already activated secondary defenses. Magical barriers that would slow the attackers, traps that had been dormant for months. Daphne looked terrified but determined. Sinistra was muttering calculations under her breath, probably figuring angles of attack. Alecto was grinning, and Harry didn't have time to decide if that was comforting or concerning. Bellatrix arrived last, and her expression made his blood run cold. Rodolphus, she said. I felt him through the old marks. He's leading them. Your husband. My husband died at Azkaban. Whatever's wearing his face now is just revenge looking for a target. Her wand was already out, her stance combat ready. They're not here for you, Harry. They're here for me. Then they're here for all of us. The inner wards fell. Death Eaters poured through the breach, spells already flying. Harry threw up a shield that absorbed the first volley, then countered with a wave of force that sent 3 attackers tumbling backward. Formation. Narcissa's voice cut through the chaos. Defensive triangle. Potter at the apex. They moved into position. A tactic they'd never practiced but somehow knew, the bonds translating intent into coordination. Harry at the front, drawing fire. Narcissa and Sinistra on the flanks, providing support. Daphne in the center, her healing magic ready for injuries. Alecto and Bellatrix mobile, striking where opportunities appeared. It was chaos. Beautiful, terrible chaos. Harry fought like he'd never fought before, Voldemort's knowledge flowing through him, spells he'd never learned coming as naturally as breathing. He ducked a killing curse by millimeters, responded with a hex that turned an attacker's robes into binding chains, pivoted to shield Daphne from a blast of dark fire. Through the bond, he felt everything. Narcissa's cold precision as she dismantled ward after ward the attackers tried to establish. Sinistra's calculated strikes, each spell exactly where it needed to be. Alecto's savage joy as she finally had permission to hurt people who deserved it. And Bellatrix. Bellatrix was a force of nature. She moved through the battle like water through rocks, her wand tracing patterns that left destruction in their wake. But it wasn't the wild, uncontrolled violence of her Death Eater days. This was purposeful, targeted. She disabled rather than killed when she could, and when she couldn't. A masked figure lunged at Daphne with a silver knife. Bellatrix's curse caught him mid-leap, and he crumpled without a sound. "Stay close to me," she told Daphne, positioning herself as a shield. "Harry needs to focus on the front. I've got the flanks." Harry felt Daphne's surprise through the bond, and her gratitude. The woman who'd spent months being protected was now protecting others. "Potter!" The shout came from the entrance. A tall figure strode through the breach, mask discarded to reveal a face that might have been handsome once. Rodolphus Lestrange looked like death warmed over. Gaunt, pale, eyes burning with fanatical intensity. "You dare!" Rodolphus snarled. "You dare take what belongs to the Dark Lord. His power, his followers, his wife." "Bellatrix belongs to herself," Harry said, keeping his wand trained on the Death Eater. "Not to Voldemort, not to you, not to me. She was promised to me. Our marriage was blessed by the Dark Lord himself. Your marriage was a political arrangement between pure-blood families. You never loved her. You just wanted to own her." Rodolphus's face twisted. "And you think you're different? You, with your bonds and your covenant? You're just another master, Potter. The only difference is you pretend to be kind about it." The words hit closer to home than Harry wanted to admit. The remnant stirred, whispering agreement. "He's not wrong. You keep them, control them. The pretty words don't change the reality." "Maybe," Harry said aloud, "but I'm trying to be better. That's more than you ever did." He attacked. Rodolphus was skilled, decades of dark magic and combat experience, but Harry had something he didn't. The bonds hummed with shared strength. 5 women lending their power to his strikes, their awareness to his defense. When Rodolphus tried to flank him, Harry knew before the movement completed. When a curse came from an unexpected angle, he was already dodging. They dueled across the great hall, spells scorching the walls and shattering furniture. Harry was vaguely aware of the broader battle continuing. His household against the remaining Death Eaters, holding their own through coordination and desperation. "You can't win," Rodolphus panted, circling for advantage. "Even if you beat me, more will come. The Dark Lord's followers will never accept you. You're an abomination. A half-blood holding what belongs to pure blood. Then they'll keep losing." Harry pressed the attack, driving Rodolphus back toward the wall. "Because I'm not going anywhere, and neither are the people I care about." A blast of green light, killing curse, unmistakable. Harry threw himself aside, felt the magic sizzle past his ear. Rodolphus was done playing. "If I can't have her back," the Death Eater snarled, "no one will." He turned and fired at Bellatrix. Time slowed. Harry saw the curse racing toward her, saw her raising her own shield, knew it wouldn't be enough. The killing curse couldn't be blocked by normal means. She was going to die. No. The remnant surged forward, not to attack, but to protect. Harry felt it merge with his will, their purposes aligned for the first time. He reached through the bond connecting him to Bellatrix and pulled. She vanished from where she stood and reappeared beside him, the killing curse passing through empty air. Rodolphus's shock lasted exactly 1 second. Harry's stunner caught him full in the chest. The Death Eater crumpled, unconscious before he hit the ground. Around the hall, the remaining attackers faltered, their leader down, their assault stalled. Narcissa and Alecto capitalized immediately, pressing the advantage. Within minutes, it was over. The aftermath was grimmer than the battle itself. 14 Death Eaters captured, 3 dead, killed by Alecto and Bellatrix when no other option existed. The house had sustained significant damage, though the wards were already beginning to repair themselves. No one on Harry's side was seriously hurt, though Daphne was treating minor injuries with quiet efficiency. Harry found Bellatrix standing over Rodolphus's unconscious form. "You saved my life," she said without turning. "Pulled me through the bond. I didn't know that was possible." "Neither did I. The remnant helped you. I felt it." Harry nodded slowly. "It wanted to protect you. I'm not sure what that means. It means even the darkest parts of you would rather keep me alive than let me die. Bellatrix finally turned to face him. That's something. Are you okay? He was going to kill me. My husband, the man I was bound to before Voldemort, was going to murder me because he couldn't own me anymore. Her voice was flat, but the bond revealed the turmoil underneath. I should feel something about that. Grief, maybe. Or relief. Instead, I just feel tired. That's understandable. You've been through a lot. I've been through a lot for 30 years. This is just more of the same. She looked back at Rodolphus's crumpled form. What will you do with him? Turn him over to the ministry. Let the justice system handle it. He'll escape. Find others who hate you. Come back. Probably. But killing him in cold blood isn't who I want to be. Bellatrix studied him for a long moment. You know what's strange? The Dark Lord would have killed him without hesitation. Called it necessity, called it strength. But you refuse, and somehow that feels stronger. Because I have a choice. He never did. Everything was necessity with him, because he couldn't imagine wanting anything except power. Harry met her eyes. I want other things. A home. Family. People who stay because they choose to, not because they have to. You have those things. I know. That's why I'm not going to throw them away by becoming the monster they're afraid I am. Narcissa approached, interrupting the moment. The Aurors are on their way. Kingsley's coming personally. Her expression was grim. This is going to have political fallout. Death Eaters attacking in broad daylight, attacking you specifically. The ministry won't be able to ignore it. Let them come. We defended ourselves. That's not a crime. It's not about crime. It's about optics. Narcissa's voice was carefully neutral. Some people will see this as proof that you're a target, that your household is dangerous by association. Others will see it as proof that you can handle threats without ministry help, which makes you unpredictable. And what do you see? Narcissa considered the question. I see a group of people who didn't run, who fought together, protected each other, won. The corner of her mouth curved slightly. I see a family. Kingsley arrived with a full Auror contingent, his expression torn between relief and frustration. 14 captured, 3 dead, no civilian casualties. He surveyed the damage to the Great Hall. This could have been much worse. It could have been avoided entirely if the ministry had actually dealt with the remaining Death Eaters instead of pretending the war was completely over. Fair point. Kingsley sighed. We knew there were holdouts. We didn't know they were organized enough to stage an assault like this. Now you know. Now we know. The minister turned to face Harry directly. The International Confederation is going to hear about this. It might affect your oversight conditions. Let them hear. We were attacked in our home and we defended ourselves. That's exactly what the oversight is supposed to allow for. Some people will argue you provoked the attack. Some people are idiots. Kingsley almost smiled. Agreed. But idiots with political power are still dangerous. He paused. There's something else. We found documents on some of the attackers' plans, communications. This wasn't just about revenge on Bellatrix. They were testing your defenses, probing for weaknesses, for future attacks, for someone else. The communications reference a higher authority who wants intelligence on your household's capabilities. Kingsley's expression darkened. Someone is coordinating the Death Eater remnants. Someone with resources and patience. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. The war wasn't over. It had just gone underground. Do you know who? Not yet, but we're going to find out. Kingsley gestured to his Aurors, who were beginning to transport the prisoners. In the meantime, I'm assigning additional security to your property, whether you want it or not. I want it. Whoever's behind this, they're not going to stop with one failed attack. No, they're not. The minister left with his prisoners, leaving Harry and the others to contemplate what came next. That night, they gathered in the damaged Great Hall. The house elves had done their best to clean up, but scorch marks still marred the walls and several pieces of furniture were beyond repair. They sat in a rough circle, the bonds humming with shared exhaustion and residual adrenaline. "We need to talk about what happened," Harry said. "Not just the attack, what it means." "It means we're targets," Alecto said flatly. "Not news to anyone." "It means we're targets who can fight back," Narcissa corrected. "That changes the calculation for anyone considering future action." "Does it?" Sinistra's voice was thoughtful. "The attackers were testing our defenses. They'll know our capabilities now, know how to counter them. Then we develop new capabilities," Bellatrix said. "We can't rely on what we showed today. We need to be unpredictable." Harry listened to them strategize, feeling something complicated in his chest. These women, former Death Eaters, former victims, former enemies, were planning how to protect their home, their family, each other. A year ago, it would have seemed impossible. "There's something else we need to discuss," he said when the tactical conversation died down. "The escape clause." Silence fell. "The attack changes things," Harry continued. "If I dissolved the bonds, gave up the absorbed power, I'd be vulnerable. We all would. The coordination that saved us today wouldn't exist anymore." "You're saying we should keep the bonds for practical reasons," Daphne said slowly. "Not just emotional ones. I'm saying the decision is more complicated than it was before." Harry looked at each of them in turn. Before, it was about choice and freedom. Now it's also about survival. "So we're back to being bound by necessity instead of desire?" Alecto's voice was sharp. "How is that different from what Voldemort did?" "Because I'm telling you about it. Because the choice is still yours." Harry met her eyes. "If you want dissolution, I'll do it. I'll give up the power and we'll figure out how to survive some other way. But you need to know what that means now. Not just for you, but for everyone." Another long silence. "I don't want dissolution," Narcissa said finally. "For practical reasons, yes, but also because—" She hesitated, unusual for her. "Because I fought beside you today. Felt your thoughts, your instincts, your determination. The bonds aren't chains anymore, they're connections. I'm not ready to sever them." "Same," Daphne said quietly. "The bonds saved my life today." Bellatrix knew exactly where to be because she could feel the threat through our connection. "I'm not giving that up." "The tactical advantages are significant," Sinistra agreed. "And beyond tactics, I felt something during the battle. Purpose. Unity. The bonds made us more than the sum of our parts." All eyes turned to Alecto. She was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Through the bond, Harry felt her conflicted emotions. The old resentment, the new connections, the pride she wouldn't admit to feeling. "I killed 2 people today," she said finally. "Death Eaters. People I knew. People I might have worked beside during the war." She looked at her hands. "And I didn't enjoy it. Not like I used to. I felt necessity, protection, not pleasure. Is that good or bad? I don't know." Alecto looked up, meeting Harry's eyes. "But it's different. The bonds did that, your hope, your belief that people can change. It infected me. And during the battle, I was fighting for something instead of against something. That's never happened before." "So you're saying?" "I'm saying I don't want dissolution either." The words seemed to cost her. "Not because I like the bonds. Not because I'm grateful. But because whatever I'm becoming, it's better than what I was. And the bonds are part of that." Harry turned to Bellatrix last. She was staring at the scorched wall where Rodolphus's killing curse had struck, her expression distant. "He would have killed me," she said softly. "The man I married, the man I shared a bed with for years. He would have murdered me because I belong to someone else now." "You don't belong to anyone." "Don't I?" She finally looked at him, and her eyes were wet. "The bond is there, Harry. I feel you all the time. Your thoughts, your emotions, your hope that keeps bleeding into me. I can't escape it. Can't pretend it doesn't affect me. That's what the dissolution would end." "I know." She took a shaky breath. "And I don't want it. Not because I like being connected to you, or because I'm grateful for being saved. But because today I protected Daphne. I felt the threat to her and I moved without thinking. put myself between her and danger. That's not who I was. That's not who Voldemort made me. Who is it? Someone new. Someone the bonds are helping me become. A tear slid down her cheek. I've been a weapon my whole life, aimed at targets, fired without thought. Today I was a shield. I protected instead of destroyed. And it felt. Felt what? Right? Felt right. She wiped her eyes roughly. So no dissolution. Not because I owe you or because I'm afraid. Because I want to keep being whatever this is. Even if it hurts. Even if it's hard. Harry felt the bonds pulse between all of them. Not chains, not contracts, but something alive. Growing. Changing. Then we stay together, he said. We face whatever comes next as a family. A very dysfunctional family, Alecto muttered. The best kind, Narcissa replied, and the ghost of a smile crossed her face. The weeks after the attack were tense. Kingsley's investigation revealed disturbing patterns. The Death Eater remnants weren't just scattered survivors. They were being organized, funded, directed by someone who remained frustratingly anonymous. Communications referenced the architect, but no one knew who that was. Meanwhile, Harry's household became a strange kind of celebrity. The Daily Prophet ran stories about the Battle of Potter House, complete with dramatic illustrations and breathless speculation. Some portrayed Harry as a hero, defending his home against evil. Others painted him as a dangerous dark wizard, attracting violence through his very existence. The women got coverage too. Narcissa Malfoy, the redeemed socialite. Daphne Greengrass, the rescued innocent. Aurora Sinistra, the converted academic. Alecto Caro, the reluctant reformer. And Bellatrix Lestrange, the impossible case. Opinion pieces debated whether redemption was possible for someone who'd done what she'd done. Families of her victims gave interviews, their grief still raw after all these years. Neville Longbottom was asked constantly what he thought about his parents' torturer living freely. She's different, Neville said in the one interview he agreed to give. I visited Potter's house last month. Sat across from her at dinner. She looked at me and apologized. Really apologized. Not just words, but with everything she was. I could see it in her eyes. He paused. I'm not ready to forgive her. Maybe I never will be. But I can acknowledge that she's trying to be something else. That has to count for something. Harry read the interview 3 times, feeling something complicated each time. Progress wasn't linear. It wasn't clean. But it was happening. 2 months after the attack, the architect made their move. It started with the wards. Harry woke in the middle of the night to a wrongness in the air. Not an alarm, but a subtle shift in the magical protections around the house. Someone was probing them, testing for weaknesses, doing it with enough skill that the automated defenses hadn't triggered. He reached through the bonds, waking the others. Something's happening. Stay alert, but don't move yet. Acknowledgements came back through the connections. Narcissa's sharp focus, Sinistra's calculating awareness, Alecto's eager tension, Daphne's controlled fear, Bellatrix's predatory stillness. Harry slipped out of bed and moved to the window. The grounds looked empty in the moonlight, but he could feel the wrongness growing. Someone was out there. Someone with power and patience and very specific goals. I'm going outside, he sent. Stay here and cover the approaches. Like hell, Bellatrix shot back. If you're walking into danger, I'm walking with you. Bella, the bond makes us stronger together. You said it yourself. Don't be stupid. He couldn't argue with that logic. A minute later, she joined him in the hallway, her wand already drawn. The probing is focused on the east wing, she murmured. Where your study is, they're looking for something specific. The research on the bonds. The Black family documents. Information on how to break or exploit our connections. Her expression was grim. Someone's done their homework. They moved together through the darkened house, the bond keeping them in perfect sync. Every time Harry's attention drifted right, Bellatrix covered left. Every time she sensed movement, he was already raising his wand. They reached the east wing to find a figure standing in the moonlight. Not attacking, not fleeing, just standing there, as if waiting for them. Mr. Potter. The voice was cultured, controlled, achingly familiar. So good of you to join us. The figure turned, and Harry's blood went cold. Lucius Malfoy smiled at him with eyes that were entirely the wrong color. You're supposed to be dead, Harry said flatly. I was dead. Briefly. Lucius, or whatever was wearing his face, spread his hands in a gesture of mock humility. But death is merely a transition for those with the knowledge to navigate it. The Dark Lord understood this. I've come to understand it as well. You're not Lucius. Oh, but I am. Mostly. The body is his, retrieved from Azkaban before the Dementors could claim it permanently. The mind is augmented, improved. Someone had to organize the remnants of our movement, and poor Lucius was so eager to serve, even from beyond the grave. Harry felt Bellatrix tense beside him. Through the bond, her revulsion was palpable. She knew what this was. She'd seen it before. Possession, she spat. You're wearing him like a suit. Such crude terminology. I prefer to think of it as collaboration. Lucius provides the body, the connections, the pure blood credibility. I provide the vision, the patience, the will to see our Lord's dream fulfilled. Our Lord is dead. Our Lord is standing right here. The smile on Lucius's face stretched too wide, the expression alien and wrong. Hello, Harry. Did you think absorbing my soul would destroy me entirely? The world seemed to tilt. That's impossible, Harry heard himself say. The remnant is weakened, contained. It can barely influence my thoughts anymore. The remnant you trapped, yes. But souls are complicated things, especially when shattered as thoroughly as mine was. You got most of the pieces, but not all of them. Lucius, who wasn't Lucius, stepped closer, and the wrongness of his presence made Harry's skin crawl. A fragment escaped, tiny, barely conscious, but enough to find a suitable host and begin rebuilding. You're lying. I'm telling you the truth for the first time in your life. Everything else, the war, the prophecy, your little victory in the forest, it was all leading to this. The worthy vessel absorbing my power, my knowledge, my bonds. And the unworthy vessel providing a body for my return. The thing wearing Lucius raised a hand, and Harry felt magic surge. Dark, familiar, horrifyingly potent. The architect, he realized. You're the one organizing the Death Eaters. You've been building toward this for months. Years, actually, since the moment I felt myself scattered by that botched killing curse. It took time to gather enough strength to act, to find a host, to make plans. The alien smile returned. But here we are at last. The two halves of Lord Voldemort, face to face. I'm not half of anything. I'm Harry Potter. You're Harry Potter wearing my skin, thinking my thoughts, wielding my power. The only difference between us is that you pretend to be good while doing it. Lucius Voldemort spread his arms. But I'm not here to fight, Harry. Not tonight. I'm here to offer you a choice. What choice? Join me. Combine what you absorbed with what I've rebuilt. Together, we would be the Dark Lord reborn, whole, complete, more powerful than ever before. The eyes that weren't Lucius's gleamed with hunger. Think about it. No more fighting the remnant. No more struggling against the darkness inside you. Just acceptance. Unity. Power. Harry felt the remnant stir in his mind, responding to its other half's call. For one terrible moment, he felt the temptation, the exhaustion of constant struggle, the appeal of just giving in. Yes, the remnant whispered. Merge with him. Become what you were always meant to be. Bellatrix's hand closed around his. The contact shocked him back to himself. Through the bond, he felt her determination. Her refusal to lose him to the darkness. Her willingness to fight even if fighting was hopeless. No, Harry said. No. The thing in Lucius looked almost disappointed. You're sure? The offer won't come again. I'm sure. Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying. A pity. I had hoped you'd be reasonable. Lucius Voldemort sighed theatrically. Then I suppose we do this the hard way. Kill me if you can, Harry. Destroy this body, and I'll simply find another. But let me live, and I'll keep coming. For you, for your household, For everyone you care about. There's no winning move for you. Only varying degrees of loss. He disapparated before Harry could react, vanishing into the night with a crack that echoed like laughter. The household gathered in the great hall as dawn broke. Harry told them everything. The confrontation, the revelation, the choice he'd been offered. He held nothing back, not even the moment of temptation when the remnant had nearly swayed him. So there's another piece of Voldemort out there, Narcissa said slowly, possessing my husband's corpse, leading the Death Eater remnants. Yes, and he wants to merge with you, recreate himself completely. That's what he claims. Do you believe him? Harry considered the question. I believe he's dangerous. I believe he's not lying about what he wants. Whether he can actually do it, I don't know. He's weakened, Bellatrix said. Her voice was hard, analytical, the strategist she'd been during the war. Possessing a body takes enormous power, and maintaining it drains him constantly. That's why he's been building slowly instead of attacking directly. He's not strong enough for open conflict. Yet, Sinistra added. He said he's been rebuilding for years. If he keeps gathering strength, gathering followers, then eventually he'll be strong enough. Harry nodded. We need to stop him before that happens. How? Daphne asked. He can jump to another body if we destroy this one. How do you kill something that doesn't need a physical form? The same way we weakened the remnant. Harry felt the idea crystallizing as he spoke. The transformation covenant starved the fragment inside me by cutting off its food supply, the dark emotions from the bonds. If we can do something similar to this external fragment. You want to starve him out of existence, Narcissa said. But he's not connected to our bonds. He's getting his power from somewhere else. From the Death Eaters. Bellatrix's eyes had gone distant, memories surfacing. The dark marks. They were designed to channel loyalty, to feed power to the Dark Lord. Even after his death, the marks still exist. The former Death Eaters still carry them. And they're connected to him, Harry finished. The external fragment, not me. That's how he's rebuilding. Drawing power from everyone who ever served him. Then we need to break the marks. Alecto's voice was quiet, her hand unconsciously touching her own forearm. Cut him off from his power source. Is that possible? It should be impossible. The marks were designed to be permanent. She looked at Harry. But so were the marriage bonds, and you transformed those. The implications hung in the air. You're suggesting we do another covenant, Narcissa said, with every former Death Eater. Not exactly. The covenant required willing participation. Most Death Eaters won't cooperate. Harry's mind was racing, pieces falling into place. But if we could modify the ritual, create something that severs the mark's connection without requiring consent, that would be dark magic, Sinistra warned. Forcing a change in someone's soul without permission. Would it? The marks were applied without meaningful consent to most of us. Removing them isn't force. It's liberation. The Ministry won't see it that way. The Ministry doesn't have to know. Harry looked at each of them in turn. I'm not saying we do this lightly. I'm saying it might be our only option. If Voldemort, the external fragment, is drawing power from the marks, breaking that connection is the only way to truly stop him. You'd be cutting him off from his power source, Bellatrix said slowly. And you'd be freeing everyone who's been carrying his mark for decades. Yes, including me. She touched her own forearm, where the dark mark still lurked beneath the sleeve. The mark is part of me, Harry, has been since I was young. Removing it would be painful, possibly dangerous. Harry reached out and took her hand. But you'd be free, truly free, for the first time in your life. Bellatrix stared at their joined hands for a long moment. Do it, she said finally. Whatever it takes. If there's a chance to end this, to really end it, I'm in. One by one, the others nodded. Then we start researching, Harry said. We find a way to modify the ritual. And we end this. Together. The research took weeks. They scoured every source they could find. The Black family documents, Sinistra's academic connections, even careful inquiries through Narcissa's network. The Dark Mark was one of Voldemort's most sophisticated creations, and breaking it would require understanding it completely. Harry threw himself into the work with desperate intensity. The external fragment was out there, growing stronger, building toward whatever confrontation was coming. Every day they delayed was a day he gained ground. The remnant was unusually quiet during this period. Harry felt it occasionally, lurking in the back of his mind, but it didn't whisper or tempt or argue. Almost like it was waiting. "What are you planning?" Harry asked it once. "Planning? Nothing. Observing." The mental voice was strange, less hostile than usual. "You're going to try to destroy my other half. I'm curious whether you'll succeed. You want me to destroy it? I want to survive. The external fragment would consume us both if it could. Better that you destroy it than that it destroys us. That's almost helpful. Don't get used to it." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Daphne had been studying the theoretical underpinnings of the marks, the way they channeled magical energy, the connections they created between bearer and master. Late one night, she came to Harry's study with a sheaf of notes and an expression of tired triumph. "I found it," she said. "The vulnerability." Harry set aside his own work and focused on her. The marks are designed to be one-way channels. Power flows from the bearer to the master, never the reverse. But that directionality creates a structural weakness. What kind of weakness? Think of it like a valve. It's built to handle flow in one direction, but reverse the flow. She spread her hands. It breaks. We force power back through the marks? Not just any power. Specifically, we force the kind of power the marks aren't designed to handle. They were built for darkness, fear, loyalty, subjugation. If we push something else through them, light, hope, the opposite of what Voldemort intended. Exactly. Daphne pulled out a diagram, covered in complex magical notation. The modified ritual would use the bonds we already have as amplifiers. Your connection to us, through the covenant, gives you access to positive emotional energy. We channel that through you into the marks, overloading their systems. And that would break them? Break them, neutralize them, maybe even transform them the way we transformed our own bonds. It depends on how strongly the bearer resists. Harry studied the diagram, feeling hope kindle in his chest. "There's a catch," Daphne continued. "The ritual would require massive amounts of power. You'd have to draw on everything you have, the absorbed magic, the bond connections, maybe even the remnant itself. And if I don't have enough, then the ritual fails. Or worse, backfires." She met his eyes. "There's a real chance this kills you, Harry. But if it works, every dark mark in existence breaks simultaneously. The external fragment loses its power source. And everyone who's been carrying Voldemort's brand for decades finally gets free." Harry looked at the diagram, at the complex web of magical theory that might save them or destroy them. "Set it up," he said. "We do this as soon as we're ready." The ritual required 3 days of preparation. They transformed the Great Hall into a massive ritual space, every surface covered in runes and sigils. The bonds between Harry and the 5 women served as the foundation, their connections mapped out in chalk and silver and something that might have been blood. Word had gotten out somehow. Kingsley arrived on the second day, looking haggard and concerned. "You're planning something dangerous," he said without preamble. "We're planning something necessary. The reports describe a ritual that would affect every dark mark bearer in Britain, possibly the world." Kingsley's expression was complicated. "That's thousands of people, Harry. Some of them in ministry custody. Some of them in positions of power. Some of them trying to live normal lives. All of them connected to an external fragment of Voldemort that's planning to consume me and restart the war." Harry met the minister's eyes. "I'm not asking permission, Kingsley. I'm telling you as a courtesy. And if I try to stop you, then we have a problem." They stared at each other for a long moment. "The fragment possessing Lucius Malfoy," Kingsley said finally. "We've been tracking his movements. He's gathering forces, building toward something." "I know. If your ritual fails, if he's not weakened enough, then we'll be in trouble anyway. At least this way we have a chance. Kingsley nodded slowly. The ministry will officially denounce this action. We'll have to, for political reasons. I understand. But unofficially, the minister's voice dropped. Good luck, Harry. Merlin knows we need it. The night of the ritual arrived. Harry stood at the center of the prepared space, surrounded by his 5 partners. The bonds between them pulsed with shared determination, shared fear, shared hope. Last chance to back out, he said. Not a chance, Narcissa replied. We've come too far, Sinistra agreed. This ends tonight, Alecto said firmly. Together, Daphne whispered. Bellatrix just stepped forward and kissed him. It was brief, fierce, nothing like the tentative touches they'd shared before. Through the bond, Harry felt everything she couldn't put into words. Gratitude, fear, determination, and something deeper that neither of them was ready to name. For luck, she said, stepping back. For luck, he echoed. He began the ritual. Power surged through the bonds, drawn from 5 sources and focused through Harry. He felt the absorbed magic responding, Voldemort's knowledge guiding his movements, the remnant stirring with interest. This is going to hurt, it observed. I know. Do it anyway. Harry reached outward, following the connections that spanned the magical world. He could feel them, every dark mark, every bearer, every thread of loyalty that still connected them to the thing Voldemort had become. He pushed. Light flooded through the channels designed for darkness. Hope coursed through connections built for fear. Love, his love for the broken family he'd built, their love for each other surged through marks that had only ever known subjugation. Across Britain, Death Eaters screamed. In Azkaban, prisoners collapsed as the marks on their arms blazed and burned. In hidden safe houses, remnants of the old guard writhed in agony. And somewhere in the darkness, the thing wearing Lucius Malfoy shrieked as its power source was ripped away. Harry felt it, the external fragment suddenly exposed, suddenly vulnerable. He pushed harder, channeling everything he had through the ritual, reaching for the enemy he needed to destroy. Yes, the remnant hissed. Finish it. End this. The external fragment fought back, but it was too late. Cut off from its power, caught off guard by the attack, it couldn't withstand the onslaught. Harry felt it dissolving, fragmenting, scattering into pieces too small to maintain coherent existence. And oh, it screamed across the magical ether. This isn't. I am the Dark Lord. I cannot. The scream cut off. Harry felt the exact moment the external fragment ceased to exist. A sudden absence where something had been, a silence where there had been screaming. He collapsed to his knees, utterly drained. The bonds caught him, 5 women rushing to his side, their combined strength keeping him conscious when everything in him wanted to fade. Did it work? Someone asked. Harry reached for the remnant, found it smaller than ever, barely a whisper in the back of his mind. He's gone, it said, and for the first time, there was something like satisfaction in its voice. You actually did it. It worked, Harry breathed. He's gone. Around him, the ritual marks were fading from the walls. Outside, the night was quiet. And across the magical world, thousands of people were waking up without the Dark Lord's brand on their souls for the first time in decades. The war was finally, truly over. The aftermath was chaos, but the good kind. The ministry was overwhelmed with former Death Eaters reporting that their marks had vanished, burned away, leaving only ordinary scars behind. Healers scrambled to understand what had happened. Politicians debated whether to charge Harry with something or give him another order of Merlin. In the end, they did neither. Kingsley came to the house a week later, looking more at peace than Harry had ever seen him. The political fallout is manageable, he reported. The hardliners wanted to arrest you, but it's hard to argue against ending the Death Eater threat permanently. The moderates are calling it the greatest magical achievement since the original defeat of Voldemort. I just did what needed doing. You changed the world. Again. Kingsley shook his head. One of these days, you're going to have to accept that you're actually a hero. Maybe, but not today. The household celebrated quietly. Not a party. None of them were really party people, but a gathering in the garden Bellatrix had built. Food and wine and the simple pleasure of being together without existential threats looming. It feels strange, Daphne admitted, nursing a glass of something bubbly. No more enemies. No more attacks. Just normal life. Normal life with magical bonds and reformed war criminals, Alecto corrected dryly. So fairly abnormal by most standards. Our kind of normal, Narcissa said. She was smiling, really smiling, for what might have been the first time since Harry had known her. What happens now? Sinistra asked. The oversight conditions are still in place. The Confederation still considers us a potential threat. The Confederation can go hang, Harry said mildly. We did their job for them. If they want to complain about it, they can form a committee. That's likely exactly what they'll do. Let them. I'm tired of caring what politicians think. Bellatrix was quiet, sitting apart from the others, staring at her bare forearm. The dark mark was gone. Not faded, not covered, but simply absent. Smooth skin where the brand had been for 30 years. Harry went to sit beside her. Feels strange, she said without looking at him. Like I've lost a limb. The mark was part of me for so long. Does it hurt? No. Feels light, empty. She finally met his eyes. I keep expecting to feel him. The pull, the compulsion, the constant presence at the back of my mind. And there's nothing. Just me. Just you, Harry agreed. Is that good or bad? I don't know yet. She laughed softly. I've never been just me before. Always belonging to someone. My family, my husband, my lord. Now I'm actually free, and I have no idea what to do with it. You could stay. The bonds are still there. I don't have a choice. You always have a choice. The bonds connect us, but they don't compel. If you wanted to leave, to start over somewhere else, I wouldn't stop you. Bellatrix was silent for a long moment. I know, she said finally. That's why I'm staying. She leaned against him, her head on his shoulder, and for a while they just sat together in the garden she'd built. Behind them, the others talked and laughed and slowly learned what peace felt like. The war was over. The enemy was destroyed. And somehow, against all odds, they'd found their way to something like happiness. It wasn't the ending anyone had expected, but maybe it was the ending they'd needed. Chapter 6. What Remains Climax. Harry must defeat the Remnant in a mindscape battle while his allies hold off Ministry forces who've decided he's too dangerous to live. The brides each make their choice, what they're willing to do, who they're willing to become. The resolution doesn't break the bonds but transforms them. Harry figures out how to make the bonds mutual, equal, removing the master/slave dynamic and replacing it with partnership. Those who want freedom get it, though it requires ritual sacrifice of some of Harry's absorbed power. Those who choose to stay, stay differently. Harry emerges changed but himself, more powerful but not corrupted, with an unlikely found family and a wizarding world that doesn't know what to make of him. Subplot threading the Remnant's growth appears in every chapter, growing stronger, offering more tempting bargains. Readers should feel genuine tension about whether Harry will succumb. Daphne's arc, the purest victim. Her journey from terrified captive to someone who helps Harry understand that the other brides are also victims, just with more complicated histories. Bellatrix's transformation, the longest arc. From hatred to confusion to grudging respect to something that might be love but neither of them can name it. Ready to begin Chapter 1 when you give the word. Now.